Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, lore and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,795th meeting held on Tuesday the 9th of June 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Addaman that the minutes of the 4,795th meeting of Council held on the 9th of June 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. I would now like to call on Mrs. Natalie Cook, who will address the Chamber on the Aussie Athlete Fund. Welcome, Mrs. Cook. You have 5 minutes. Proceed when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors. It'll be hard for me to stay in my seat. A great, proud Aussie, especially during World Cup, which is our second biggest world event. We are super excited to be hosting, as you are, the Olympic and Paralympic Games in nearly 6 years. Which means 5 years ago, the Lord Mayor travelled over to Japan to get the lucky envelope with the Premier of the day for us to be the host. But what you might not... Well, before we go on to, hands up if you're a sport supporter. Yay! Good, I'm glad everybody did there, sort of. What about water polo, taekwondo, BMX, skateboarding, badminton, volleyball, hockey? So all of these amazing sports that we love to watch every 4 years, diving will be on display here in the great Brisbane, Queensland in 6 years' time. But what you might not know is the plight of the athlete is getting harder. You hear about cost of living crisis every day, from fuel to food. But imagine when you represent our great country and wear the green and gold, you have to travel overseas. Anyone booked a holiday lately? You know how expensive they are. And so our Aussie athletes are having to pay to play for Australia. In some cases, they buy their own green and gold jersey, which for me is un-Australian. And so what I did was build the Aussie Athlete Fund 3.5 years ago to help not only fundraise for the athlete, but teach them how to fundraise as well. So we're giving them the skills of localised economies. How do they go to their local fruit shop, their local butcher, their local physio and ask for support to uplift them to wear the green and gold for all of us? So the Aussie Athlete Fund educates and networks, and as I said, also fundraises so that we can help keep our best in the sports we're going to love to see in 2032, so they have the opportunity to be chosen to represent Australia. So I'd like to thank the Lord Mayor and the councillors for supporting the Aussie Athlete Fund with a Team Brisbane supporters scholarship grant. And so that the Lord Mayor, I won't steal his thunder, is going to talk about some of our athletes in different sports potentially later. But what we've also done is create a barbecue opportunity. We've created the Great Aussie Athlete Barbecue, where local Brisbane constituents and local Queensland and Australians can gather round the good old sausage sizzle and talk about their support for all of their Aussie athletes in different sports. We've had the Lord Mayor behind a barbecue doing a sausage sizzle, and we'll encourage you all to be part of that as we move forward in an annual event. We've also built the Aussie Athlete Supporters Jersey. So when you go to the games in 2032, have you thought yet about what you're going to wear? Probably not, but we've seen the amazing supporters in North America for the Socceroos. They've all got Socceroos kit. There isn't a water polo kit, a volleyball kit, a BMX kit. So we built the Aussie Athlete Supporters Jersey kit. This is it. This is what you'll be wearing is the right answer. And all of our proceeds for our jersey are going to support buying jerseys for our Aussie athletes. So by you supporting your locals from Brisbane, it will give that immense sense of pride as our next generation are aspiring to win. I might have brought it with me, look. If we want more of these, councillors and Lord Mayor and Madam Chair, now, this one's got Sydney on it, but I can't wait to see even what the medals will look and feel like with the word Brisbane and 2032. The pride from everyone in the communities that are backing local athletes from suburbs like Toowong, Fig Tree Pocket, Mount Gravatt, that are going to be supporting us from Brisbane. Super special. I really appreciate you backing in us at the Aussie Athlete Fund to help support this broad array of amazing talent we have in every single sport. We'll have 600 Olympians wearing the green and gold, about 300 Paralympians, and we want to be right behind them. My legacy personally from this is how do I leave the green and gold in a better place? And I think we will together, and we will because of your support. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Natalie. I'm just going to call upon Councillor Allen to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Natalie, great to have you here, and thank you so much for what's obviously an impassioned pitch, and we're very keen to obviously continue to support you. And I think it's important, particularly coming from your position, that you kind of understand the whole games experience as an athlete and the challenge that athletes face in terms of competing for their country, being able to resource themselves. And obviously what you're doing is going to ensure that our young athletes have a chance to compete in 2032. So we're particularly proud of the work you do with the Aussie Athletes Fund. It's obviously a great passion of yours, and certainly it's becoming one of ours too. We appreciate the cost of training, equipment, travel. There's so much that goes into the cost burden of athletes, and clearly in some cases, unfortunately, even the best athletes can't carry that burden, and they are potentially lost from their sports. And so as an Olympic city, it's very important for us to ensure that we can create a future for all of those athletes, whether they're an up-and-comer or already an elite athlete. We need to ensure that they can achieve their best. Now, recently you will have seen an announcement from Council that we're committing $5.6 million to expand a program of free and low-cost wellness and fitness activities around the city. The program is labelled Move Well, and this will represent Brisbane City Council's biggest boost to ensuring that we have a healthy and active community, and that feeds into our athletic endeavours as well. The other thing that we're very conscious on, and I think you touched upon it, is that we want to ensure that there's a legacy for this city. The Games are a terrific event. There will be a lot of activity, a lot of improvements to facilities as we lead to 2032, but we want a real legacy. And that's not only a legacy in terms of facilities, it's a legacy in terms of our athletes, the programs that we develop, and the future that we set up for them post-2032. So that's critical. Another thing that you probably see popping up around the city is we are looking to effectively develop our kind of urban sports program. We're looking for spaces that are underutilised. We're calling it loving the leftovers, but we'll see things like basketball courts crop up in places that you wouldn't expect to see one, or pickleball courts or something. But nonetheless, it's more to ensure that we create a really active lifestyle for our community. And I guess in closing, and in light of the pitch you've done today, I really admire the tenacity and determination that you've shown in getting the Aussie Athlete Fund up and running. And I think it's probably a hallmark of your career, exemplifies the way you approach your sport, and it shows how committed you are to this cause. So once again, thank you very much for coming in and sharing that with you, and I can assure you we'll continue to support you where we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen, and thank you, Natalie, for coming in today. It's fantastic. Thank you. Councillors, are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Dixon.
My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the Schrinner Council is all about keeping Brisbane moving. Can you please update the chamber on how tomorrow's budget will set a new record to get more Brisbane residents home sooner and safer?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. I know that you and everyone on this side of the chamber is very passionate about keeping Brisbane moving, and thank you for the question. Well, I can say that in tomorrow's budget, we'll be focused on spending less where we can, but more where it counts. And that's a really important thing, because if you're going to run a balanced budget, which we always do, you can't just keep spending more on everything.
That's right.
That doesn't add up. That just drives up costs for people, just like we've seen at the federal government level in recent times. And so you've got to spend less on some things, but more where it counts. And that is exactly what we will be doing in tomorrow's budget. Now, we know that Brisbane is growing rapidly, and we know that there's two critical parts of keeping Brisbane moving, and that is our road network and also our public and active transport network. And I can tell you, Councillor Dixon, through you, Madam Chair, that tomorrow we will have two new records set in the budget. First of all, a new record on roads and road resurfacing, and secondly, a new record on public transport investment. Both of those will be record investments. At the centre of the budget will be Operation Smooth, which will be a $110 million investment in road resurfacing, which will deliver almost 1 million square metres of smoother, safer roads on some of Brisbane's busiest corridors. Now, we know that when it comes to road resurfacing, those busy roads that are used by tens of thousands of vehicles every day, and often many heavy vehicles and trucks, they need the priority, and we will be giving that priority. So that includes road resurfacing on Ipswich Road, Logan Road, Lutwich Road, Moggle Road, Mains Road, Forest Lake Boulevard and Hamilton Road, to name a few. And it will also form part of our investment of more than $400 million in better roads for Brisbane, including progressing Beams Road, then the corridor upgrade that's ongoing, upgrading key intersections in Inala and also in Cooperoo, and delivering a new pedestrian crossing on Gympie Road at Balls Hill as well. We're embracing new technology as well to keep Brisbane moving through our Smarter Suburban Corridors program, where we will trial AI technology within Brisbane's traffic signal network to improve traffic flow, reduce delays and also improve safety as well. I mentioned also previously the Clearway Action Plan, and we're going further on that as well. The first corridor for the Clearway Action Plan was along Musgrave Road and Waterworks Road, and collectively motorists have saved more than 1,000 hours of travel time delays every week. 1,000 hours of savings in time every week. Public transport is absolutely critical, and no one has invested more in public transport than this administration. No one in the history of the city has invested more.
One moment, please. One moment, Lord Mayor. Your microphone. I'll ask all councillors to remain quiet while another councillor is on their feet speaking. Councillor Griffiths, do not call out. Lord Mayor.
And so I can announce a new record in public transport funding, and this is this council's contribution to public transport, and that is $213 million into providing bus, CityCat, City Hopper and Brisbane Metro services to help people get around the city more ways. And we know that more than 10 million passenger trips have been taken on the first two stages of Brisbane Metro, and that number grows every single day as more people jump on board. Now, we know that as the Olympics approaches, we need more investment in public transport and more expansion of Brisbane Metro as well, which is why we're doubling down on our partnership with the federal government to progress the business case to make sure that it is very clear on what stages of Brisbane Metro can happen next, where the investment needs to go, and then working in partnership with the other levels of government to deliver that metro expansion. All of this is happening because we are focused on the future. We are focused on keeping a balanced budget. As I said, spending less where we can and more where it counts. And where does it count? It counts to keep Brisbane moving, Madam Chair. That is something where it counts. It counts on lifestyle, it counts on housing, and these are the focus areas for tomorrow's budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And where does it count? Counts in the suburbs, Lord Mayor. So, Lord Mayor, following on from this wonderful Olympics theme we have to have going today, 2 weeks ago I asked you a question regarding the cutting of boulevarding along Ipswich Road through the Magic Mile Maruka, which is a southern entryway for residents and visitors to our great city for the Olympics. I was advised by officers the program was cut in your budget to deliver the inner city Olympic tree planting program. Lord Mayor, it has now come to my attention with this wonderful letter from yourself and Councillor Howard that has gone out to inner city residents that you've allocated $1.9 million for tree planting while cutting tree planting and boulevarding in the suburbs. Lord Mayor, while you said you wanted to find a solution to this issue, will you commit to reinstate and redirect Olympic tree planting funding from the inner city so that tree planting and boulevarding projects such as Ipswich Road are completed and everyone in Brisbane benefits, not just the inner city?
Hear, hear.
Lord Mayor.
Well, there was a lot wrong with that statement, a lot of inaccuracies there. But look, if Councillor Griffith had have turned up to the budget information sessions last night, he wouldn't have thought that it was new news last year, not last night, last year. Remember when they were...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Griffiths, that is inappropriate. Hopefully you've all collected yourselves. Do not call out, do not be rude while somebody else is speaking. Lord Mayor.
I heard some interjections about what I did last night. I was at a citizenship ceremony with you, Madam Chairman, welcoming more than 500 new citizens here in the building. And we had the Federal Assistant Minister for Citizenship with us as well, and Renee Coffey and Madonna Jarrett and Fiona Simpson. Many, many councillors were here. That's what I was doing last night. Now, when it comes to...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor
The question was clear. It wasn't about what Lord Mayor was doing last night.
Well, you shouldn't have called out asking that. And if you give the Lord Mayor the opportunity, he has 5 minutes to answer your question. If you want your question answered, Councillor Griffiths, do not debate me. I suggest you remain quiet. Lord Mayor.
So, Madam Chair, the budget information sessions for last year's budget, this is the opportunity for Labor councillors to ask whatever they like about the budget, to find out the figures and all the information that they might want to know about. Yet instead they went out with young Labor Party members and ran a fake campaign on a so-called toll on the Story Bridge. So, you know, the letter that you waved around might surprise you, Councillor Griffiths, but that was actually information in last year's budget, and you would have known that if you had have turned up. So hopefully this time Labor councillors will turn up to the budget information sessions rather than peddling false campaigns and misinformation. I'm not holding my breath though. When it comes to tree planting, we're doing a lot of tree planting right across the city, and the Olympic Boulevards program is just one part of a wider tree planting agenda. No administration has ever planted more trees than our side of the chamber. And so we know that there's a clear investment in tree planting, and in fact we have a program underway at the moment to plant more than 1 million trees and plants between now and the Olympics. It's underway as we speak, and some of those trees are being planted right in Councillor Griffiths' ward along the Oxley Creek corridor, and some of those fantastic locations in Councillor Griffiths' ward. Now, what Councillor Griffiths is talking about is, I understand, a suburban enhancement fund project that he wanted to do. So this is money that he had allocated from his suburban enhancement fund, which is something that I make sure is provided to each councillor every year. And now he wants someone else to pay for his local project. So I think he wants Councillor Davis to pay for his local project rather than spending the money that he has on this investment. I've offered for Councillor Griffiths to have a chat to Councillor Murphy to make sure that he can get the best value for money for whatever program he wants to run there, and I'm not sure whether he's taken that opportunity up.
Point of order.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
The Lord Mayor's making it out like it's a suburban initiative fund project. It was actually a council-funded capital project.
Councillor
It'd be
Griffiths,
good if he
that's
knew
not a
the
point of
truth. He
order,
actually knew
please.
what was happening in his organisation, and Councillor Murphy knew what was happening in his organisation.
It's not a point of order. You've asked your question. Just because you don't like the Lord Mayor's answer doesn't mean you keep getting to debate it. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Griffiths, stop debating me and calling out when I'm speaking. I caution you, Councillor. And Councillor Cassidy, stop calling out. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. So we're investing a significant amount in tree planting right across the city. That will continue. And in fact, we're gearing up our efforts as we head towards 2032. And so Councillor Griffiths can make all types of claims about a chat he allegedly had with a council officer. But the reality is we're investing more. Now, last week, or whenever he asked the question, was it last week or the week before, he actually referred to his suburban enhancement fund and the project that he was wanting to fund out of that.
It's a different project.
He raised that.
You're wrong. It's a different project.
I caution you. I have already warned you not to call out. Do not keep doing it. Councillors.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor
Claimed to be
Griffiths.
misrepresented, but I'll explain it at the end of his answer.
No, Councillor, I do not uphold that.
Point
it
of
is
order.
Not,
Point of
thank you.
It actually
Councillor
wasn't.
Griffiths.
It wasn't one staff. It was 8 staff, and an
Councillor,
executive came out. Lord Mayor,
Councillor
that's
Griffiths.
a gross misuse of staff and officers for a political objective.
Councillor Griffiths. I caution you again, stop calling out. You've been in this place long enough to know how to behave. Stop bullying me, Councillor Griffiths. Every chamber. No, Councillor, do not. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I repeat again, we're investing more in tree planting and we're planting more trees. As I said, we've got the target of planting 1 million more plants and trees between now and 2032. And we're always looking for opportunities to plant more. And rather than trying to score political points, Councillor Griffiths, through you, Madam Chair, maybe work with the programs that are there and don't misrepresent officers for political purposes, because Councillor Griffiths unfortunately has a record of doing that, and it is quite shameful. So please, Councillor Griffiths, take up the opportunity to raise this with Councillor Murphy, or indeed, if you like, Councillor Davis, and to see what can be delivered, because we're focused very much on the suburbs right across Brisbane. And you'll see that in tomorrow's budget, where the lion's share of all funding goes to the suburbs. And so we'll continue that record. We have made a very clear commitment when it comes to our suburbs first guarantee, and we intend on keeping that commitment.
Further questions? Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, can you please update the chamber on when Brisbane residents can expect to see curbside collections come into their suburbs next?
Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you I'd like to thank Councillor Marx for the question. I know that as a former Chair of City Standards, there are a few in this chamber that gets more excited about curbside collection than Councillor Marx. Madam Chair, I'm delighted to update the chamber that our free curbside collection for large items, that service rolls around again from the 13th of July, and the full citywide schedule is now available online. So counts through you to Councillor Adderman. You can get online now, Councillor Adderman, and you will see when your suburbs will receive this service. Madam Chair, as the Chamber well knows, bulky items curbside collection is a much-loved community service. It makes it easy and affordable for households to dispose of large items that can't be donated, sold or recycled. That might be the rusty bicycle, a broken fridge, the couch that's seen one too many State of Origin series. And residents tell us that they value the scheduled service because it gives them time to plan their house clean-up around those yearly collection dates. It gives certainty, it gives routine, and it gives our keen neighbourhood urban recyclers a heads up of where they can go to keep ahead of the trucks. Madam Chair, the service will once again travel suburb by suburb across our city, running for around 41 weeks of the year. That's timed with school terms to maximise the public safety aspect during those collection periods. Residents simply place their items in a pile of 2 cubic metres or smaller, which is about the size of a small box trailer, on the curb by 6 a.m. of the week of their collection. And the bonus, Madam Chair, is that metal items, the bikes, the bed frames, the barbecues, are collected separately for recycling, saving valuable resources going into landfill. And don't forget what's not to go in though. No general waste that could be put in your red top bin, nothing that can be recycled and go in your yellow bin. This is purely for large bulky item waste. With cost of living pressures continuing to bite, this service takes the hassle and cost out of getting rid of bulky household items. Madam Chair, the new schedule kicks off, as I said, on the 13th of July, and it starts in Algester, Callumvale and Parkinson, before moving on to Auchenflower, Milton, St Lucia and Taringa the following week. From there it rolls across the city through the western suburbs in winter, the north side in spring, the bay side over summer and south side into autumn, covering more than 180 suburbs in all. So every suburb, every ward, every curb. And since you asked, Councillor Marx, although I understand that your curbside collection is happening now, so it is the last of the suburbs to be collected, I would tell you that we save the best for last. Madam Chair, before placing items on the curb, we encourage residents to consider whether their goods could enjoy a second life, donated to friends, family or local charities, or dropped off at our resource recovery centres at Nudgee, Willawong, Ferny Grove and Chandler. Quality items are resold at our 2 treasure troves at Acacia Ridge and Geebung. This is another way that the Shrinner Council is helping households save, with pre-loved items in good condition available at affordable prices. And of course, as we all know, a significant number of items placed on the curb are picked up and reused by neighbours. One resident's clean-out is another resident's treasure. Madam Chair, curbside collection puts alongside a broader suite of initiatives helping residents reduce waste and save money. Our green bin service costing less than $1 a week and rebates of up to $200 for home food waste recycling equipment. And I'd remind residents to use any remaining 25-26 free waste vouchers before they expire on the 31st of August. Residents can find their collection week on Council's website or through the Brisbane Bin and Recycling app with push notifications so that they never miss their week. So, Madam Chair, the message to Brisbane residents is simple. Check your date, plan your clean-up and let us do the heavy lifting for you. It's free, it's easy, and from the 13th of July, it's rolling around again to a curbside near you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. GICA, Games Independent Infrastructure and Coordination Authority, is now responsible for the freehold over Victoria Park Brisbane, which was transferred on the 1st of June 2026 by the state government. GICA is an independent statutory authority of the Queensland Government established to oversee and deliver venues and essential infrastructure for the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. This transfer did not include the transfer of Gilchrist Avenue, a council road. GICA requested to this council that Gilchrist Avenue be closed to the public as of the 1st of June. Elders, traditional custodians and Aboriginal people are calling out to save Victoria Park Brisbane from a mega stadium due to the Victoria Park Brisbane being highly culturally significant to Aboriginal people. At the end of Gilchrist Avenue is a sacred waterhole. On the 2032 Olympic website, it reads, the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympics Games Organising Committee is the first in the Olympic and Paralympic history to deliver a reconciliation action plan. Our vision is to uplift Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and communities economically, socially, emotionally and physically before, during and after the Games. We aim to highlight and respect First Nations cultures, heritage and achievements in our planning. Hosting the Games on the First Nations land, we're committed to leaving a positive legacy that honours the traditional custodians. This LNP Council and State Government signed an international contract with the International Olympics Committee host agreement for the Olympic and Paralympics. This council is supposed to follow the reconciliation plan as well. I'm calling on the Lord Mayor to make a formal decision today to consider the human rights of Aboriginal people to practice ceremony and with the spirit of inclusiveness in consideration of the Olympic reconciliation plan. My question to the Lord Mayor, through the Chair, can you please grant elders and Aboriginal people access to 24 hours, 7 days a week and free parking to Gilchrist Avenue to access the sacred waterhole?
Councillor Chongwa, your time has expired. Lord Mayor.
Okay, well, certainly there's a few different things there, but you particularly, Councillor Chongwa, through you, Madam Chair, were focused on the Gilchrist Avenue access and also the waterhole. And so I'll focus my comments on that. The GICA entity and both GICA and Brisbane 2032 are actively dealing with the traditional owners of Victoria Park Brisbane. Now, there are discussions that are ongoing and they're involved in the project and those works are an ongoing engagement. And so that will continue. You know, the GICA, the Brisbane 2032 and the Brisbane City Council is absolutely determined to make sure that the Games leave a positive legacy. And so that is absolutely the plan.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Chongwa. Do not ask the same question. You had 2 minutes.
But just look to relevance.
Thank you.
Yes, please, can you answer the question? Lord
Thank
Mayor,
you, Councillor.
about the Gilchrist Avenue access, please, for elders and Aboriginal.
Councillor,
Thanks. Hold on a
I
second.
just told you, do not ask the question again. You had 2 minutes to do that. The Lord Mayor is answering the question and has 5 minutes to answer. And if you don't like the answer, you're not to get up and keep asking him the question. Lord Mayor.
Okay, I'll make it really, really clear so there's no confusion. GECA is dealing with the traditional owners of the land. They respect the traditional owners. They are working with the traditional owners. And decisions on access to what is a construction site now, that is made on a safety basis. And so
Point of order.
that is...
A moment, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Chongwa.
Gilchrist Avenue has cyclists that are able to
Councillor,
access. So I'm asking if the elders...
That is not a point of order, Lord Mayor. Councillors, no, you are not. You've asked your question. You're not. You've asked your question, councillor. You don't get up and question the answer and debate it. And Councillor Massey, stop calling out. Lord Mayor.
Yet again, I will say that the decisions on access into the Victoria Park precinct will be made by GECA, who are managing the construction. And so they will make those decisions based on the construction need that has to happen and to make sure that the public is safe. And that is appropriate. You can't just have people wandering on to a construction site. That would not be safe. And so GECA will continue working with the traditional owners to make sure we get a great legacy outcome. Of course, GECA, the state government and council absolutely consider human rights. Absolutely. And that will continue. And so when it comes to who has access to the site, that is a decision that will be made by GECA for safety reasons. Thank you.
Point of order, Councillor Chongwa.
I just want to acknowledge that this water hole is sacred to Aboriginal people. And as a...
Councillor, that is not a point of order. Further questions? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, we've just heard from the Lord Mayor about a record-breaking road resurfacing plan across our suburbs. Can you please update the Chamber on how the Shrinner Council is also investing in infrastructure to help residents walk, ride, scoot around our city?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank Councillor Atwood for the question. Stage 3 of the CityLink cycleway, the Shaftesbury Avenue bikeway, is one of the most significant pieces of active transport infrastructure that the Shrinner Council is delivering. A project that will allow walkers and riders to get from Norman Park in the east to the CBD and beyond via the Kangaroo Point Bridge, entirely on safe, separated and dedicated active transport infrastructure. Madam Chair, this project will deliver a 1.2 kilometre walking and cycling connection along Shaftesbury Avenue and Deakin Street, from the Storybridge underpass in Kangaroo Point all the way through to Mowbray Park in East Brisbane. This is not the shared footpath squeeze that it is currently. This is a genuine, separated, low traffic stress facility designed for all abilities. This is not about lycra clad, this is about families, commuters, recreational riders, people who want to scoot, people who have never ridden before due to the traffic and who want to start. This is what a serious investment in active transport looks like: safe, separated and connected, and delivered in conjunction with the Crisafulli government through the Cycle Network Local Government Grants program. But here's where the project becomes truly transformative, Madam Chair, and it's a piece of the puzzle that makes it more than a local upgrade to a bikeway. The Shaftesbury Avenue bikeway connects directly to the existing CityLink cycleway at Kangaroo Point, onto the 460-metre Kangaroo Point Bridge, the bridge that this administration built, the bridge that's had over 5 million journeys taken across it so far, the bridge that is already cutting cycling commute times by up to 50% between Brisbane's eastern suburbs and the CBD, the bridge that has doubled its projected patronage. Think about that for a moment. A resident in East Brisbane or Norman Park can ride or scoot from their home down Shafton Avenue on a safe, separated path over the Kangaroo Point Bridge straight into the CBD via the CityLink cycleway. No longer mixing with 40,000 cars a day that travel along that corridor. No dodging of traffic from the door of their home to the desk at their work. That is the vision that we have had for CityLink cycleway from day one. And inner city cycling and scooting spine that we could build out into the suburbs, stage by stage, project by project, and that is exactly what is happening, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I hear the yelling from the Greens opposite, the Greens who've never built any active transport infrastructure in this city. It's easy from the cheap seats, Madam Chair. Easy.
One moment, please, Councillor Murphy, microphone. Councillor Massey, I caution you, stop calling out across the chamber. It is Councillor Massey. The shame here is that you don't know how to behave in the chamber, and you need to stop calling out, particularly when I've asked you to stop. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a shame that the Greens' only contribution to active transport was to campaign against the Dornoch Terrace bikeway when Councillor Sri was the councillor and have that project cancelled. That's what happened, Madam Chair.
One moment, please. Councillor Murphy,
Sri.
microphone, please. Councillor Murphy. Councillor Massey, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I request you to stop calling out across the chamber and interjecting. Councillor Murphy.
Madam Chair, the CityLink cycleway began as a trial all the way back in 2020, a separated bikeway through Elizabeth, Edward and William Streets across Victoria Bridge. We made it permanent after a year review. We built it out, and stage 3 adds 2 major new links, the Shafton Avenue connection to the east and the Melbourne Street bikeway extension, and the designs will be released for that soon, which runs from Boundary Street in West End to the south. Once complete, CityLink will be a 4.5 kilometre cross-town cycling and scooting corridor. It will connect 5 suburbs crossing the Brisbane River twice, and it will link the eastern suburbs all the way to West End. This administration also delivered the 200-metre main and Deakin Street Storybridge underpass, another key connection that makes this network function. That is the joined-up thinking behind CityLink cycleway, not a single bikeway, but a contiguous network, and one that did not happen by accident. Madam Chair, we are 6 years out from the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, as we heard from Natalie Cook this morning. The Schrinner Council is committed to delivering a lasting transport legacy for our city, and active transport is central to that legacy. Residents, visitors, athletes and the world's media will be here in 2032, and they want to see a city where you can ride safely from the eastern suburbs to the CBD. We want Brisbane to be a city where our infrastructure reflects our ambition, where we build the things that matter, and we have already invested over $390 million on active transport infrastructure in Brisbane in the last 4 years alone, more than the Miles Palaszczuk state Labor government spent across the entire state in the same period. Make no mistake, it is the Schrinner Council that delivered the Kangaroo Point Bridge, that built CityLink stages 1 and 2,
Councillor Murphy,
that built Viola Place to Schneider Road connection.
Councillor Johnston. Can you please put your microphone on, Councillor Johnston? We can't hear you.
It's definitely on.
That's on now.
Oh, yeah, well, you can hear me?
Now we can, yeah.
It was on. Okay, so my question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, did you direct or discuss or advise or otherwise encourage the CEO of Brisbane City Council to make amendments to the City of Brisbane Act and Local Government Act to restrict councillors' ability to request access to documents, records, files and information?
Lord, just one moment, Lord Mayor. We'll just wait until the chamber is quiet. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Lord Mayor.
Thank you for the question. Through you to Nicole Johnston, Madam Chair. Look, yeah, absolutely we did discuss. There was no direction involved, but what we did discuss was unwinding the absolute debacle of a system that was introduced by Minister Sterling, Hinchcliffe and Labor, which was based on a Labor Party election review. So we simply put things back, or wanted things put back to the way they were under the Sewell administration and under previous administrations. And so what we've seen here was gross political interference in a council by a Labor state government, cooked up
that's what
by
you're doing,
the Labor
gross
Party
political
based on a Labor election review, and we simply
One moment,
put it back to the
please,
way
Lord
that it
Mayor.
was always.
You can turn your microphone off. Councillor Griffiths, as you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Johnston would well know that there was a system in place that was that Labor was quite happy to operate under for decades, and that previous administrations had operated under. And then, under the false guise of the Balcarra Review, all of these additional political changes were made to the legislation and the City of Brisbane Act, which were made based on a Labor Party election review. And so we simply said to the state government, these should be unwound and they should be put back to the way that both sides of politics were happy with for decades. And that's all we have. A system that was okay
And
for
you got
Jim
the
Sawley
CEO to
and
do
the
your
Labor
dirty
Party.
work.
A
How
system
brave
that
you
was
are.
okay for countless political administrations in the past. And so that is what has happened, and that is what we asked for. This is what we lobbied for, because in the end, we have a system that worked and that was best practice for decades. And I hear the interjection. I know that Councillor Cassidy's hero and mentor is Jim Sawley. Jim Sawley was quite happy with the way that things are right now, because he was happy to be the Lord Mayor for something like a decade or more, 13 years, under the system that exists today. And so what we see here is the unwinding of Labor political interference in the City of Brisbane Act. Political interference that, mind you, was intended very clearly to make use of the relationship between Councillor Cassidy and Minister Hinchcliffe, great mates, representing the same part of Brisbane, and together I know that they cooked up a political scheme to try and give Labor an advantage. But it didn't work. But it was simply an unwinding of a political change. Now, at the time, it was suggested that somehow this was to do with the Balcarra Review. These changes were not in any way
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Balcarra
Point of
Review.
order, Councillor Griffiths.
Councillor Murphy over there just yelled out some advantage.
No, Councillor,
you
again,
didn't pull him up, Madam Chair.
No, Councillor, not a point of order. I do not uphold your point of order.
But Councillor Murphy can yell out and you do nothing.
Do not uphold your point of order, Councillor Griffiths. Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, have you finished answering the question? No?
Thank you. So what we saw in the past was, you remember when Labor-aligned councils like Ipswich got themselves into all kinds of problems. Remember that? Well, there was a review done into local government and changes were recommended by Balcarra. And then what happened was...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
The Lord Mayor just a moment ago
alleged some sort of corruption, that I used a personal relationship I had with a former minister to, in his words, cook up changes to legislation. That's defamatory, Chair, and you have an obligation to rule on whether that should be allowed under the Councillor Code of Conduct, or whether the Lord Mayor should withdraw that, because there is no privilege in this place.
I don't believe that the Lord Mayor said you were corrupt, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy, don't debate me. You asked for my ruling and I gave it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Going back through the history, there are a number of councils, never Brisbane City Council,
Point of order, Madam Chair.
that got themselves into trouble.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Johnston, point of order.
Yes, my point of order is about relevance, Madam Chair. If the Lord Mayor did discuss direct or whatever with the CEO, then perhaps he should tell us what they discussed or he asked her to do.
Thank you, Councillor.
Because
Again,
the Minister from wherever ago and Councillor Cassidy weren't in my question, Madam
thank you,
Chair.
Councillor. We've heard your question and your point of order asking for the Lord Mayor to come back to your question. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And I did answer that question, Madam Chair, really clearly. And I said that, yes, we did discuss our desire to see the ridiculous political changes that were made by the former Labor government unwound to put it back to the way that it has always been. That's right. Under administrations from both sides of politics for a long, long time. And the only politicisation of the City of Brisbane Act that's ever happened was when Minister Hinchcliffe...
Councillor Cassidy, I caution you. All councillors remain quiet while another councillor is on their feet speaking. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only politicisation of the City of Brisbane Act
Point
that
of
ever
order,
happened
Madam
was
Chair.
by Sterling Hinchcliffe, the former Labor minister, who
Point of
ran
order,
through a lot
Madam
of
Chair.
changes
Lord
that
Mayor,
had
your
nothing to
time
do with
has
Belcara.
expired. Point of order. Councillor Johnston, point of order.
I'm just worried you can't hear me, so I
It is
called for a
difficult.
point of order
It
three
is.
times.
It may be a good point to turn up your volume a little bit, Councillor. We could not hear you, sorry.
All right.
Are there... Further questions? Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is to the Community and the Arts Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, the Shrinner Council continues to invest in making Brisbane's lifestyle even better. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest initiative to support Brisbane residents in staying active and healthy?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Chair, and through you, I thank Councillor Wolfe for the question. Now, Natalie Cook is a hard act to follow, but I'll do my best. So on Sunday, it was my pleasure to be at the official launch of Move Well Brisbane. And what a glorious morning it was, alongside the Lord Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Wolfe and Councillor Dixon, and of course, many, many residents out there being active in the park. In tomorrow's budget, the Shrinner Council will deliver the biggest boost to free and affordable activities in Brisbane's history. For years, Active and Healthy program has provided free and low-cost fitness and movement activities. Participation continues to grow and our customer satisfaction rates remain consistently high. Our residents love this program, which is why the Shrinner Council is investing $5.6 million into the revamped Move Well Brisbane program. Previously, the Active and Healthy program delivered around 9,000 sessions across 218 locations each year, supporting 200 small business providers. Under Move Well Brisbane, the number of sessions will more than double to 20,000 over the next 2 years, with the number of small business operators expanding to 400. Brisbane is an active city and we're also an early one. We're one of the earliest waking cities in the world. Our dawn culture is one of the many things that makes Brisbane lifestyle so great. More than 30% of our food and drink venues are open by 7 a.m. And one of the main reasons Brisbane residents get up so early is to get moving, Chair, which is why our Move Well Brisbane activities will be available from dawn to dusk. So whether you're looking for a more relaxed morning with sunrise yoga or to get straight into a workout with friends through a run club, there is something for all of our early birds. We recognise that in recent years, how people approach health and fitness has changed. More commonly, people are taking a whole-body wellness approach, particularly our millennial and Gen Z residents. That is why Move Well Brisbane will include a wider range of activities and even more providers to expand the focus on whole-body wellness, mindfulness and nutrition. As the program grows, we will announce more health and wellbeing providers. We're proud to have Nutrition Australia on board to deliver hands-on workshops across our community. Food brings families and friends together and helps foster stronger connections. A balanced diet is also important for fueling our bodies and keeping us healthy. On their inclusion in Move Well Brisbane, Kirsty Elliott, the CEO of Nutrition Australia, said, "Nutrition Australia's vision is for a connected and nourished community."
Sorry, Councillor Howard, I'll have to pull you up there because question time has finished. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 8th of June 2026.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 8th of June 2026 be adopted.
Seconded.
Has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, 8th of June 2026 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to say, before I go to the item on the agenda, it was great to see Nat Cook address us before, and you'll find it hard to find anyone with more energy and enthusiasm for Olympism and athletes than Nat, and she has inspired us all. And certainly I want to echo Councillor Allen's comments about the journey that Nat has been on to get the Aussie Athlete Fund established and to make sure there's financial support for our athletes, because in the end, while 2032 is going to be amazing, the thing that will really make it the best possible outcome is to have our local Olympians performing well on the global stage, and that's a process that is underway now when it comes to the young athletes that are training. And, you know, some of these athletes are in school. Some of these athletes, you know, they don't have, if they are of working age, they don't have the time to work a job when they're balancing study and training. And so when it comes to making sure that they have funding to support the equipment they need, the travel that they need to do to actually go to those world events to qualify for 2032 and in fact even earlier, 2028, that costs money. And so Nat was very inspiring and convinced myself and my team to make sure that we supported her fund with some grant funding, and that grant funding effectively will allow the funding that we provide to be matched by others as well. So other givers, including business, including individuals that want to match our funding. And I know that there has been a lot of work put into making sure that we can support local Brisbane athletes, and the funding that we have provided will not just provide general support, it will come down to supporting specific individuals in our community. And so today I can confirm the athletes that our funding at the city level will help support. Tennille Falsala in water polo from Carina Heights, Tom Walvin in paracycling from Newstead, Ryan Edgar, beach volleyball and volleyball from The Gap, Talia Evans, rugby union from Milton, Zad Jusab in tennis from Mount Omni, Olivia Wright, cycling from Westlake, Tamika Whitefield, softball from Toowong, Ellen Martini in archery from Corinda, Max Bailey Jensen, boccia from para boccia, and he's from Corinda, Finlayson Gillespie, European handball from Cannon Hill, India Columbi, gymnastics from Aspley, and Sophie Leo, gymnastics from Salisbury. And so these are the first wave of athletes that are being supported as a result of the investment that we've made, and I know that that will make a difference to them because we want to back them, and backing them is also more than about making sure we have great venues. It's more than about the state and federal government programs that support sports. This is really practical support that helps cover some of their expenses on the journey to 2032. And so thank you to Nat, thank you to the Aussie Athletes Fund, and thank you to those athletes that have been mentioned here. We know that you are going to do us proud in the future. We know you've got incredible potential, and we know that hopefully this investment will help you on that journey to success in the future, whether it's 2028 or 2032. As I always do, I just wanted to update you on the asset light-up that we've got happening this week over the coming days. Last night, City Hall was lit in green and gold to celebrate our citizenship ceremony that I mentioned before, where we welcomed more than 500 new citizens in City Hall. We had the Kangaroo Point Bridge, the Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge and Radcliffe Place lit in blue to support MND Global Awareness Day, an opportunity to raise vital funds and awareness for those living with motor neuron disease. Tonight, the assets will be lit up in green to support Go Green for Eco Marines. Eco Marines is a Queensland-based education program that started with just 6 schools back in 2014 and now has grown to more than 300 schools, and also early learning centres as well. And it helps young people reduce waste and pollution and embrace recycling and sustainable living. And obviously, one of the rallying factors there is to see less waste going into our river and bays, impacting on marine wildlife. Tomorrow our bridges will be lit up maroon to celebrate the State of Origin, and we're obviously hoping for a rectification of the unfortunate first State of Origin situation, and I'm confident that we will see that. On Thursday, the Story Bridge and Kangaroo Point Bridge will be lit up in purple and pink to support Wear Your Dangerous Females T-shirt Day. And so Dangerous Females is a Brisbane not-for-profit using fashion, storytelling and grassroots action to spark conversations about domestic and family violence. On Friday, our assets will be lit up in red to support World Sickle Cell Day. This internationally recognised day promotes equitable access to treatment for those living with sickle cell anemia and helps to break down the stigma in the community by sparking conversation and raising awareness. And finally, on Sunday, City Hall will be lit up in rainbow colours to celebrate the 65th Annual Queen's Ball, Brisbane Pride's flagship event, honouring the outstanding contributions of our LGBTIQA+ community. Also, our bridges and Radcliffe Place will be lit in purple to support Migraine Awareness Month and Shades for Migraine Day, encouraging Brisbane residents to wear their sunglasses, share a selfie with the hashtag Shades for Migraine to show solidarity with the 4.9 million Australians living with regular migraines. I also did want to acknowledge a significant milestone in the Islamic calendar this week. Today marks the beginning of the Islamic New Year and the start of their year 1448 in the Islamic calendar. It's traditionally a quiet and reflective time observed through prayer and contemplation rather than celebration, Brisbane is home to a significant and diverse Muslim community, and we appreciate our Muslim community, and we extend our best wishes for them for the Muslim year ahead. Item A is the submission relating to a land exchange at 142, 162 and 172 Sherbrooke Road in Willawong. This land exchange is to resolve a small encroachment onto a council drainage easement in Willawong. The proposal relates to two properties. Firstly, an industrial block located on 142, 162 and 172 Sherbrooke Road, and also a 3.5 hectare parcel of council drainage reserve situated at 450 Leroyd Road. During a recent survey, the property owner identified that part of their warehouse development extends onto a small section of council land and approached us to resolve the encroachment. This encroachment stems from a historical boundary alignment where the drainage reserve runs diagonally across the eastern edge of the corridor. As a result, a triangular area of approximately 22 square metres now falls within council land. Now, situations like this do arise from time to time, and we appreciate the owner who proactively approached us to address and resolve the issue. Sometimes these issues have been in existence for many, many years, and so it is appropriate that it is resolved without any further delay. In such cases as this, a land exchange is typically the most practical way to resolve the situation, where they have encroached onto public land, and so they then provide some of their land to the public. And so under the proposed arrangement, council would transfer the encroached land, and in return, and just remember the encroached land is 22 square metres, and in return receive 146 square metres of land at the rear of the private property, which adjoins our drainage reserve. So this would result in a net gain of 124 square metres for council and the public. Importantly, the additional land would provide a small increase in drainage capacity within the Oxley Creek Reserve. Both parcels of land formed in the proposal are considered to have equal nominal value with limited market interest. This is due to the odd size
Lord Mayor, your
configuration.
time has expired.
Move for an extension, Madam Chair.
Seconded.
Has been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'm almost done. This is due to the odd size and configuration of the land that we're talking about, and the fact that the owner has already built on the encroached land. Accordingly, there is little practical benefit for council to retain the land that has been built on, but there is a benefit in receiving an additional area of land for the public. The administrative costs of the exchange will be met by the private property owner and not by council. And overall, the proposal is in the public interest, resolves the encroachment and does not create any additional maintenance burden for council. It's a practical and sensible outcome to a problem, and I commend this item to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on all these items before us today in E&C. These important items. And I just echo the Lord Mayor's words and say it was great to have Nat Cook in here. A good reminder for us to, strive for excellence through effort and hard work and achieve through merit, I guess. And what we have seen from the Lord Mayor today, instead of a meritocracy in Brisbane City Council, is a triumph in mediocrity.
Oh, yeah.
After 22 plus years in power, all we get from the Lord Mayor is the big announcement ahead of the budget, is reheating a Graham Quirk 2015 slogan and funding commitment for resurfacing streets. That's all they can come up with. 2015, Graham Quirk announced $100 million to resurface suburban streets in Brisbane. Now, maybe there's an omission from the Lord Mayor that Quirky never quite got the job done, and that's why he's saying this will be some sort of record. But in 2026, he's trying to make Brisbane believe that if you allocate the same amount of money to a project that you did 11 years ago, that's somehow some increase in funding. And something the Lord Mayor didn't answer in announcing or clear up for us there is how many new bus routes is he funding through that public transport infrastructure? It'll be none. It'll be none because of the dud deal that he and David Crisafulli and his government signed for Brisbane on public transport funding, which capped growth funding for Brisbane. So we have this shocking situation where the Lord Mayor has announced ahead of the budget his two big items is zero growth in public transport routes for suburban Brisbane and a 0% increase on funding for road resurfacing from 2015. It's going backwards fast. When we know the inflation rate in Brisbane is running at 4.6% today, the latest numbers we have, what is being delivered for the people of Brisbane is racing backwards. It's not a race to gold, it's a race backwards into the dark ages under this LNP regime. And what a juxtaposition today we had where we have somebody who's so full of enthusiasm for the future of Brisbane in Nat Cook, talking about the opportunities we can see with the Olympics. And then we have a Lord Mayor that comes in here and drags in an 11-year-old commitment, nothing new, drags it in, nothing new for public transport services in Brisbane, and Councillor Adam Allen gets up and says we just want to play with the leftovers. That's his Olympic strategy, play around with the leftovers, with the crumbs that are left after the Sunshine Coast gets heaps of state government funding, after the Gold Coast gets heaps of state government funding, all these other council areas, and this LNP council can't get a cracker out of this state LNP government. What a sad state of affairs the LNP have left us in here in Brisbane. And what a ridiculous item that has to come to council through ENC today as the only work of the Lord Mayor and his civic cabinet. 22 years. 22 years again. We're back to this. That's what they were doing last year. Remember, they're bringing one or two items of little consequence. Out of puff. Totally out of puff. Of little consequence to the people of Brisbane. Now, this is an important issue for this 22 square metres of land, but it's not a hugely important issue for the people of Brisbane who are stuck in 4 different times of congestion now, 4 different peak hours on our roads, who are stuck left waiting an hour on weekends to get a bus to where they need to go. People who can't afford to rent or buy in Brisbane anymore, locked out of the property market because the LNP have a pathological hate of affordable housing. I mean, for God's sake, the Lord Mayor called social housing slums. We all remember that. So there's all these big challenges, and the Lord Mayor brings us a 22 square metre land swap. That's his big item before the budget. That's his big item here today. One land swap at 450 Leroy Road, Willawong. 22 square metres. And also, it's just a stuff-up. This isn't something proactive. They didn't even know about it. It was the proponent out here at Willawong who identified it. They did this work. Council didn't even know that drainage easements were being encroached upon. And doesn't that also tell you everything you need to know about their commitment to the suburbs? That's true. Not only are they starving drainage projects of funding, they don't even know when people are building on drainage easements, which might have an effect on the effectiveness of those drainage assets altogether as well. It all sort of, I suppose, if you just read and listen to the Lord Mayor, seems sort of above board here. Property owner transfers 146 square metres to council to offset the loss of that drainage easement, and the property owners to pay all costs associated with the transfer. But if you look at the wording in here, I hope this is just actually a mistake in the wording in the NC document before us. If you take the wording, the NC report at point 8, which says the additional 146 square metres being transferred by council offsets any loss of this land. Council is not transferring 146 square metres of land. It is this private owner that is transferring 146 square metres of land. So we're dealing with a stuff up here where council had no idea that drainage easements were being encroached upon. And now, even before us today, what we are voting on is not correct. Is that a problem? Does anyone have a problem with that? No? Anybody? The wording before us today in the INSEE report says that council is
I definitely do. They're useless.
Some people have problems with this. But the wording before us today says that council is transferring 146 square metres of council assets to offset this land. That is not correct. 146 square metres is being transferred to council to offset the 22 square metres around. They don't even have. I don't. Maybe most of them didn't read the documents before us today. Maybe that's a consequence of staff cuts, perhaps. But this does seem to be a problem on what we are voting before us today. Council states further on that they're giving up land used as part of the Oxley Creek drainage network, and it will save on maintenance costs. I bet. They've got less of an asset to maintain. I guess they don't have to maintain those drainage assets as much. It says additionally, due to the use of the land as drainage reserve, the proposed land swap will not place an additional maintenance burden on council. So if they're not writing down its value, if they're not depreciating the asset on the books and fluffing up the budget numbers to make it look like they're spending more, they're swapping it out and they're giving it over to private proponents. Will still be, I assume, that 146 square metres that we don't know whether it's coming or going from council will be retained as a drainage easement, and this proponent now is going to have to maintain it, we hope. We hope. How very convenient for the LNP, of course, Chair. They stopped caring for drainage and creeks and waterways many years ago. And for a council that cut $400 million in drainage works, this is pretty true to form. And this is what happens, these stuff-ups, whether it's at the front end and not identifying important assets that are being gobbled up by development and having no red flags there, or whether it's mistake-riddled documents coming to council for councillors to make decision on. This is what happens when you cut council staff and cut resources and cut oversight and contract all this stuff out. Cuts to what is framed as bureaucratic bloat is sold as cost savings by this Lord Mayor, but then it costs ratepayers. The can is always kicked down the road, and we're at the end of the road now under this LNP regime. If we just got it right the first time, we wouldn't be in this situation. But then again, I guess, the LNP wouldn't have had anything to bring to the council meeting. This is the only thing they discussed last week at ENC. They would have had nothing. They had nothing. Yeah, they had the sandwiches. So they might have discussed their $5,000 a head fundraisers. They might have discussed how the LNP party can get more donations from developers who are engaging through. They're engaging through these precinct plans. Maybe they discuss things like that. Who would know? Because of the cabinet secrecy, the dirty deal that the Lord Mayor did with the LNP government to bring in cabinet secrecy. We wouldn't know. We wouldn't know what goes on there. All we know is what's brought to the council chamber now, and the single most important thing that the LNP think is before Brisbane today is a land swap, and they can't even get that right.
Further speakers. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And excuse me, I rise to speak on item A regarding the land exchange along Sherbrooke Road in Willawong. And as the Lord Mayor has outlined, this proposal seeks to resolve a minor encroachment arising from historical boundary alignment. The owner of 142, 162 and 172 Sherbrooke Road has identified that a portion of the site, approximately 22 square metres, extends into Council's drainage reserve located at 450 Leroyd Road. When the site next door was developed, Madam Chair, there was some concrete hardstand that was built over the section of land making up the encroachment. The owner has proposed to resolve this with a land exchange, and under this arrangement, Council would receive 146 square metres of undeveloped land adjoining the existing reserve, and this would be consolidated into the drainage corridor, resulting in a net increase of 124 square metres. Importantly, Madam Chair, neither parcel carries meaningful standalone market value due to the very odd size, and for anyone that had a look at the diagram, they would see that the new alignment makes a lot more sense. The only likely purchaser of that 22 square metre encroachment would be the adjoining owner if it was to go to market. A land exchange therefore represents the most practical and appropriate resolution with mutual benefits for both sides of the transaction. Importantly, the property owner will cover all of the costs that are associated with the land swap agreement, meaning council is not out of pocket. On the face of it, this is a fairly small exchange, Madam Chair, but there is benefit to adding more land to the drainage reserve, no matter how small the addition may seem. For context, the Oxley Creek catchment is one of the most significant ecological corridors in our city. It provides natural drainage for up to 100 square kilometres, with water flowing to the area from New Beath in Logan to Spring Mountain in Ipswich and parts of the Greenback Military Training Centre. So in a corridor like this, every bit of extra spare space is a welcome addition. Madam Chair, the Attachment A draft resolution that we are considering here today, if I might just read it to the Chamber, talks about the transfer amount. So Attachment A, draft resolution. The council is the owner of the land at 450 Leroyd Road, Willawong, described on Lot 3, RP 118307, and Lot 5 on RP 118308, the council land. 2, the concrete hard stand area, which services privately owned land, 142, 162 and 172 Sherbrooke Road, Willawong. The property is described as Lot 1 on RP 88390 and Lots 1 and 2 on RP 91337, which encroaches on part of council land. Transferring the part of the council land to the owner of the private land will resolve the encroachment issue. Transferring part of the private land to the council will offset the loss of land used for drainage. 5, the owner of the private land is to fund all costs associated with the proposed transfer. 6, Section 2262 of the City of Brisbane Regulation requires a council resolve, and what it essentially says in Schedule 1, Madam Chair, if I could go to it, is that council to transfer to the private property landowner approximately 22 square metres from council land, and the property landowner to transfer to council approximately 146 square metres of land to the property. So to Councillor Cassidy's concerns, it's in Schedule 1. We will be transferring 22 square metres to the property owner, and the 146 square metres of land will come across to council. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the only item on the Establishment and Coordination Committee report today, item A, the land exchange in Willawong. And I'll just note, it'll be very interesting when we see the minutes from the ENC meeting that this was held, because I'm guessing it will continue the trend of a 3-hour meeting that talks about stuff for 3 hours, unless it's all just lunching for 3 hours. But only one item was decided. So I think that's a pretty interesting thing. But I've just got a couple of issues to raise, and forgive me because I can only read what's in the council papers, because the Lord Mayor says due to some corrupt deal between Councillor Cassidy and Sterling Hinchcliffe, I'm not allowed to make a file request to seek more information about this issue. Before I could make a file request and seek more information about what was happening in the city, but the Lord Mayor encouraged or discussed with the CEO restricting our access to information. So I have to raise it in here now. So here's my issue with this. Number one, Brisbane City Council is required to check all developments at the final and critical stage, plan sealing, before things are finalised. Yet what we are seeing repeatedly under this administration is developments being approved and ticked off on by council that have not been built correctly. And I raised the issue at Graceville a couple of weeks ago, and woe behold us, here's another one down the road in Willawong. This is a poor reflection on council's ability to carry out its job to ensure that developments are built properly. You know, within their boundaries would be a pretty good start, but not over drainage easements would be equally as important. So certainly if someone had paid attention here, this should not have happened and it should have been corrected in the first place. The second issue is a more technical one. And again, I just don't know because it's not in the council papers before us today. And again, I can't get that information. So we are selling, we are giving the 22 square metre bit of land that was council's to the a private owner, and we have an easement that runs through that 22 square metres. So here's my question. Does the sale of the land to the private property owner extinguish our drainage easement? What impact does the sale of the land have on our easement? And how will it affect the operation of our easement, access to any infrastructure that may be under the ground, which will now be in private property? If there is any infrastructure, drainage infrastructure under the ground, who is responsible for that section of drainage infrastructure? Is it now the new property owner or is it Brisbane City Council? If there is no drainage infrastructure under the land where we have the easement that's clearly marked on the plans, what's the purpose of the easement? Because none of this basic information is in the council reports before us today. So I understand there's been a stuff up, something's gone wrong, but before there's another stuff up, before we're back here in 4 years or 5 years when there's a dispute over who's responsible for fixing a pipe under the ground, how about we address the issue of the easement, the impact of this deal to transfer the land, and we make sure that any purpose of the easement is continue to be protected. I would have thought that the easement probably should be reflected in the schedule before us today, but there may be good reason that it's not. It's just that it's not mentioned at all, and we can't get any information about it. Apparently that's Councillor Cassidy's fault, even though the Lord Mayor discussed restricting our access to information with the CEO, who then took it into her own hands to do that. But I think we deserve to know how the easement is impacted and whether or not we're going to have any future problems because of the sale or the disposal of this land to the private property owner. It's certainly the boundary had been drawn that way for the purpose of the easement, I would think. So protecting the easement seems to be important, but apparently not anymore. And I guess understanding why that's the case would be important.
Are there any further questions? Speakers? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I too rise to speak on this item. And as the President of the Men of the Trees of Queensland, I actually see this as a great benefit to our city. Even though as small as this parcel swap is, what we are seeing is an increase in protected riparian zone. What we're seeing is an increase in protection over biodiversity. What we're seeing is an increase in protection over habitat that many of our riparian species that would normally travel along this drainage reserve or creek will be now protected moving forward. This is an actual benefit to our city, especially when we are one of the most biodiverse capital cities in Australia. Well, we are the most biodiverse capital city in Australia. And as small as a net increase this is, this gives this city more opportunity to increase our biodiversity. It does, Councillor Griffiths. I'll take the cackle. It does, because what we can do with a small parcel of land, you can put Lamandra in there. You can protect the bank. You can ensure that any drainage, any water rushing through that area is reduced. You can actually create a very, very strong riparian habitat there. And that is why when I look at this, I see massive amounts of opportunity. I don't see what the opposition call a stuff-up. I see this as a benefit. This is a benefit to the city. This is a benefit to our biodiversity. This is an area where I know there's a lot of conjecture around Oxley Creek and all that kind of thing, and you know, people have various different opinions on what's good and what's bad. But what this is this is an increase in a riparian zone. The most important part of any natural waterway and corridor is the riparian zone. It is where the most biodiverse component of any creek corridor is. It's in that riparian zone. It's between the edge of the water and the top of the bank. It's not under the water. It's not at the top of the bank. It's in between. It is where many of our fish species breed. It is where many of our microinvertebrates breed. This is a very, very great benefit to our city, just having just this small bit, just this tiny little piece of land at the back of an industrial place. It is of great benefit to us. Made better so by the fact that it's not costing the ratepayers anything. There is no change of money, and under section 226 of the regulation, you know, there's no monetary value change. It's in the public interest, and it's following proper contracting principles. Madam Chairman, the opposition can talk this down as much as they want. But as somebody who probably has planted more trees, installed more nesting boxes, done more for our natural environment than that collective side over there, planted more street trees.
Absolute rubbish.
One moment, please, Councillor Toomey. Councillor Strunk, that is inappropriate. Councillor Johnston, do not interrupt another speaker. Nobody interrupted you when you just spoke. It is very rude and inappropriate. And Councillor Strunk, reacting and cheering and carrying on like that is inappropriate behaviour in this instance. And I caution both of you. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And in all honesty, look, Councillor Strunk's applause is validation.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
You know, it's just validation.
Sorry,
Point of order, Madam
Councillor
Chair.
Toomey. Yeah, thank you. If you can turn your mic off.
I'm sorry, can you not hear me?
Yeah, it's still really low.
I'm just checking, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Councillor
yes?
Johnston, point of order.
Yes, I made it 4 times.
Congratulations.
So you can hear me.
I'm asking you for your point of order.
I just want to check you can hear me, Madam Chairman.
I can.
Great, thank
Do you have a point of order?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Let's hear it.
Madam Chair, when Councillor Toomey shouted that's bullshit at me a few weeks ago, you took no action against him. So, Madam Chair, why is it Councillor Toomey is not accountable when there are serious and offensive interjections?
Councillor Johnston, I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Toomey, can you continue?
Yes, of course, Madam Chairman. And as I was saying, I will take Councillor Strunk's applause as a sign of validation. You know, I do look after the environment. I am President of Men of the Trees Queensland. I am on the committee for Save Our Waterways now, a legacy of a Liberal councillor of the Gap ward, Brian Hallinan. That is a great legacy for a councillor to have. They themselves, and I've learnt many things about natural waterways and corridors and habitat restoration from those communities, and they are strong. And I honestly believe, Madam Chairman, that as small as a piece of parcel as this land is, it will be of great benefit for its biodiversity and its riparian value moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Further speakers. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. Whenever I listen to the LNP, it's always sunny side up for this LNP council. In fact, that's why they're spotted in Kangaroo Point, flipping eggs on a barbecue, frying them, and talking about how great they've invested in Brisbane City when they've only spent under 1% of their entire budget. And apparently, this is the biggest investment that they've made in an active and healthy lifestyle for all Brisbane City residents. Just 0.14% of their total budget, $5.6 million is what's going into an active and healthy lifestyle. And they're shaking their heads there right now, but only 0.14% of their budget is going into something that they claim is the biggest investment for their city. And that just goes to show what the mantra of this LNP council is. It's more for their friends in the city and less for the outer suburbs. And if we look at this graph here today in the E&C report and the questions on notice, and every single time we make a request to find out the secret hidden information from this LNP council, this tells you everything. There's a list by councillors' names, a number of requests, and year for requests for information or assistance made that shows how many times opposition councillors have been left in the dark. Is it surprising that on page 5 of this report, 351 submissions have been made? 300.
Sorry, Councillor Kim. Councillor Murphy.
Deputy Chair, this is about a land swap.
Yeah, can you,
this is a Wendy's.
Okay, got it. Yep.
Can we just get to the item?
Councillor Kim, can you come back to the item, please?
Absolutely. In fact, LNP councillor Ryan Murphy should be very aware of this location and the secrets that are held around it. In fact, it's the same place where the Grand Canyon, 10 potholes were right next to this location here, which popped so many residents' tyres in the area. He won't even come and visit them out this way. In fact, he's just getting up here and trying to interrupt us while we're advocating on behalf of residents in the outer suburbs. Back to the 350 requests that we have had to make on this side of the chamber to find out any critical information, because it's in the public interest for us to know what the deal is with Brisbane City Council and if they have committed to public infrastructure when they're working with these developers. Just down the road from here, we already know that over $100,000 worth of property developer donations were accepted by the LNP. And that is just down the road from this area right here.
Point of order, Mr Deputy Chair. Back to the item.
Yes.
What suburb is she in?
Yes, Councillor Kim, please. Stick to the item.
Absolutely. The planning chair will do anything to disrupt council debate, because he's the same planning chair that won't accept meeting minutes. He won't take down meetings when he's meeting with a property developer.
Sorry,
what are you
Kim.
hiding, Councillor Allen?
Councillor Kim.
Point of order, Mr Chair. I believe that Councillor Kim may have just totally rejected what when you asked her to come back to the report, and she continues to speak off the report.
Speaking on the report.
Yeah.
Back to land.
Councillor Kim, please stick to the item, otherwise I will warn you.
Thank you, Chair. Back to the big question, though. How many times have the LNP had to request for information according to this graph right here? Does anyone want to guess? 4 times. 4 times. The LNP have only had to request 4 times respective to the next one comes again. Next interruption.
Sorry, Councillor Kim. Councillor Edward.
Has this got anything to do with the report, Deputy Chair?
Absolutely does.
Absolutely. In fact, the LNP chair asked, what does this have to do with the report? Why don't you answer the question that we're asking you right now, Councillor Murphy? Where is the public infrastructure investment for the outer suburbs where this land swap is happening right now? They're all laughing because they don't take this seriously.
That's right.
It should be noted how secret this LNP council is in their projects. In fact, it's funny that this morning they mentioned $213 million of public transport is meant to be a great investment when the Lord Mayor has
claimed...
Point
of order, Mr Acting Chair. Relevance.
Yes, Councillor. Look, Councillor Kim. Look, Councillor Kim. I've been always giving the liberty for councillors to explain little bit more on the item, but please come back to the item. Otherwise, I will warn you.
So the LNP have interrupted about 4 or 5 times here today because they hate to admit that they've only invested 0.1% of their budget, which is meant to be something notable for the citywide active healthy living program. They've invested $200 million in public transport this year, when half of that is supposed to go to Pollara. Remember the $100 million that the Lord Mayor finally promised to Pollara residents?
Yes, Councillor Davis.
I know Councillor Kim likes to hear the sound of her own voice, but she should come back to the item in the report.
Councillor Kim, one final last time. Come back to the item or I will formally warn you.
how disrespectful that Councillor Davis is now attacking the residents of Pollara, attacking the residents of the outer suburbs.
Mr. Chair.
Who want their say in this chamber.
It's bullying.
And that's all you need to know, because that's coming from the same council who doesn't respond to more dogs down the road from the office of Councillor Murphy. Councillor Hutton didn't do anything as the chair of the area. The finance chair here is top 16 for property. I wonder why in Brisbane's council is full of...
Councillor Kim. Councillor Adams.
3-year-old who won't do what they're told. Pollara, the LNP.
With the 10 seconds I have left, is that why, Councillor, you called our opposition leader a groin rub? Is that why, Councillor?
Mr. Deputy Chair, I think Councillor Kim should be seated while I'm speaking.
Look,
So I would just like to say that nothing that Councillor Kim is saying is in this report. I ask you to sit her down.
Councillor Kim, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with Section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby ask you come back to the item. Otherwise, there will be a formal warning. Sorry, and your time has run out as well. So, further speakers, Councillor Allen. Sorry. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the land exchange at 142, 162, 172 Sherbrooke Road, Willawong. And that's the only thing I want to speak on. I don't think I'll speak about roads. I don't think I'll speak about, dogs? I won't speak about dogs, no dogs. I won't speak about property, but I will speak about this. So this land exchange resolves an encroachment from the development that is carried out at Sherbrooke Road that extended 22 square metres of a concrete slab into council-owned land at 450 to 480 Leroyd Road. In exchange for the 22 square metres of council land, 146 square metres of land will be dedicated to council and form part of the adjoining conservation and drainage reserve at Leroyd Road. Now this land exchange is a positive for council in a number of ways, and certainly, as Councillor Toomey pointed out, there's great ecological benefit as well. So we are receiving a net 124 square metres to add to our existing drainage corridor. Now, clearly the original development was approved back in May 2022, and as occasionally happens, quite rarely, there has been an encroachment. The issue was actually brought to council's attention by the property owner after a recent audit. And to Councillor Johnston's point about the easement, it's an access easement. There's plenty of those around the city, and it's to provide access to the conservation area. Now, the site in question has 3 businesses operating: Steel Power Shelving, Landmark Global Australia, and Vandella Australia. Now, while this is quite rare, the reality is we have to face the rectification of this encroachment, but do it in a way that's practical and sensible. And if you'd heard the debate from the opposite side of the chamber today, we may have in fact ended up with quite a bizarre outcome if it was left to their devices. But this administration is taking what we believe is a practical pathway that gives council not only a better outcome, but at an outcome that has no cost to council or the ratepayers, with all costs associated with this land swap being picked up by the landowner. We believe this is in the public interest, it's in the ratepayer interest, and I commend this item to the chamber.
Further speaker? Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the only item in ENC. And I'll speak briefly, but there's things that I want to just get on the public record. The first things first is what this is. It's private land building over council land, and council not realising, unchecked by Brisbane City Council. And the reason why this is such an issue is because from time to time we'll see something like this pop up, and what it actually doesn't speak to, as we're convinced by everyone that nothing is wrong, is the fact that Brisbane City Council does not have a proactive system in checking that developments are doing the right thing. Doing the right thing by their neighbours, doing the right thing for their communities, not building over council land. Noting this is the second one this year. In the past 6 months, I would say. Someone fact check me, of course you will. Of a situation where a house, it was a house last time that we looked at it, built over council land. And this isn't just about this specific thing. What is actually behind all of this is the fact that if there is a private development doing something and it's done something potentially wrong, council is not proactive in that sense. I'm just going to go through a very quick example of that. For 2 weeks, a one-way road was created in front of my office that had no approved permits. Wow. They blocked the footpath, they covered up the street signs by Brisbane City Council. They created a one-way road, and until this week, there was absolutely no approval. And if it wasn't for the residents, if it wasn't for me actively saying there is no approval here, noting, and I quote unquote from the developer, well, we got a verbal approval, so that's good enough. And what this is an example of is the fact that Brisbane City Council didn't know is a symptom of the fact that Brisbane City Council doesn't check the approved DAs. And I just really needed to get that on the record. So while we'll sit here and listen to the LNP say this rarely happens, how would we know if it rarely happens? Because they don't actually check. And it's up to residents, it's up to the communities in an often arduous system that's meant to give you absolutely no answers and tire you down to report breaches because Brisbane City Council does not proactively check. Lastly, the thing that I did want to say is, through you, Chair, I think Councillor Toomey is absolutely correct. The riparian zone is incredibly important. And one of the most important riparian zones in Brisbane is actually the Brisbane River, which we see again and again be approved with developments that cross the zone. So, through you, Chair, Deputy Chair, Councillor Toomey, I really look forward to the same passionate, impassioned support for environment and sustainability when we see development approved by this 25-year LNP administration build over the Brisbane River riparian zone again and again. We're talking about the Carril, we're talking about platypus that we've just discovered that are travelling really well through that and through the rivers. We're talking about the nutrients that you mentioned and the importance of the ecology of that area. I know I have at least 3 developments that were Brisbane City Council approved that build over it. So it's wonderful that we're getting, as you said, a wonderful thing that we're getting 100 square metres back, but we've probably lost kilometres because of this LNP administration approving developments over it across the Brisbane River. And that's a shame. Let's be consistent with our values.
Further debate. Councillor Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. I rise to speak on this land exchange at 142, 162 and 172 Sherbrooke Road at Willawong. And for me, it raises concerns about the ongoing deterioration of the performance of this council. And at this point, I will note that the Lord Mayor, for the one agenda item that he has to be in the chamber for, the one agenda item, can't be bothered to be here. It's not only insulting to the opposition, it's insulting to the residents of Brisbane that he cannot be here to take an interest in this city. Shocking. In terms of this land is actually in my electorate. And all I can say is, what a stuff-up. What a monumental stuff-up. And you're all sitting back thinking it's wonderful. It's a stuff-up. Now, the Lord Mayor could spend more time actually talking to the CEO about how he wanted the records changed so we couldn't get information than he did about this issue. Pathetic. The secrecy and lack of transparency here is shocking in this council. And I've sat through it for 23 years as it has got worse and worse and worse. So much so that the mayor doesn't even sit in the chamber anymore. We know that there have been 500 permanent staff cut. Is that the reason why this stuff-up has happened?
Councillor Griffith, can I bring you back to the item?
Oh, Mr. Chair, what is the problem?
Yeah, look, this item
What is the problem? I'm talking about this stuff-up. Your job is not to argue with me.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm asking you to come back to the item.
Absolutely, I will. Let's go through it. Let's go through. How did this happen, Mr. Chair? No answer. Seems to happen every other week. Wasn't it 2 or 3 weeks ago we're exchanging a large tract of land with another tract of land with a developer? Wasn't that a couple of weeks ago? Another stuff-up? I don't know how many properties you're currently trying to flog off. What we don't know about this is what's the involvement of the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Board? Oh, I used to be able to get information about that. Now that's been sealed away and is secret. And as the Lord Mayor admitted today, at the request of himself to the CEO. Wow, what is going on in this place? And yet then I think about, and I've heard about the greatness for the catchment, I can't get officers to clean the catchment or weed the catchment or maintain the catchment. And yet you're talking about it being better value for ratepayers to have more catchment when we can't even deliver basic services. And you know what? As a local councillor who's been here 23 years, you'd think you'd be given this, the opportunity to be briefed on this before it came to the chamber. In fact, you'd expect it. Zero briefing. It's just sprung upon you. And if I would have been briefed, then I could have asked for information from the CEO, and I would have. And overwhelmingly, this side of the chamber has asked 351 times for information from the CEO. But that side of the chamber has only had to ask 4 times.
Wonder why.
Why is that? Is that because they can just get the information from the officers because they're Liberals?
Yep.
Or maybe they don't care, or maybe they can just go around the process themselves, or maybe they could get their chairperson's office staff to get the information. I don't know, but there is certainly a lack of transparency in this place. This place is not functioning well. This is a monumental stuff-up yet again. We don't know whose mates these are. We don't know the connection with these mates. Frankly, I think this is shocking for the city, and I think we could do so much better, but it's not going to be under this mayor and this LNP.
Councillor Griffith, your time has expired. Further debate? Councillor Strong.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on this item, and what's prompted me to rise is what Councillor Allen said in regards to this particular issue, and that it's a rarity. It's a rarity.
No, it isn't.
Listen, talk to any conveyancing lawyer or group that does conveyancing, and they will tell you time and time again, they always recommend a survey for people wanting to buy a property, whether it be commercial or residential. And I'll venture to guess there are, every year in Brisbane, there would be dozens and dozens and dozens of issues with boundaries and that are picked up on surveys, right? Now, commercial ones, of course, you would think that a company wanting to develop a property is quite substantially well off in comparison to someone that's buying a residential property and having to pay that extra fee for a survey, which can be a couple of $1,000s, right? I know recently our community centre in my area, a community one, not a council one, right, did a survey because council wouldn't do it, and it was about $1,800, right, just to make sure that the boundaries were correct because there was going to be some adjustment to a fence. So that honestly, Councillor Allen, it's not a rarity that these sort of things happen, and I can understand why you don't want to open up the can of worms, right? But I think this proves that even large businesses who have the wherewithal to make sure that they get the survey right and that there's a follow-up by the builder, right? That they can get it wrong. So if they can get it wrong, how many other times has it been gotten wrong over the years? You just don't know. And I don't think you're about to do an audit either, right? Because that would just be opening a can of worms you don't want to have a look at. So maybe going forward, right? Maybe you can put a process in place through the planning area that actually follows up on something like this, right? Especially the commercial stuff, right? Follows up on this to make sure that we're not going to be impacted with our land being built upon by a private developer. And that's where I'll leave my comments. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Further speaker? As there's no further speaker, I'll put the ENC report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Wines, Public Transport Committee, please.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. I move the report of the Public Transport Committee meeting held on the 9th of June 2026 be adopted.
And I happily second, Mr Deputy Chair.
It was moved by Councillor Wines, happily seconded by Councillor Toomey, that the report of the Public Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 9th June 2026 be adopted. Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, your microphone.
Excuse me. Thank you, Deputy Chair, and thank you to Councillor Toomey. It is a happy committee that covered the happy topic of how popular some of our services are. In particular, this session, we covered the eastern suburbs. So as councillors may recall, we've done northern, we've done southern, and here's eastern. And so the committee heard a presentation about the popularity of a range of services, in particular the top 5 eastern Brisbane bus services by popularity. And of course, the most popular, the champion of the east side is of course the 222, which carries more than 1.4 million people each and every year. And it is comfortably the most popular service in the eastern suburbs from Carindale through Old Cleveland Road and into the city. It is well supported by the 200, which carries more than 1.1 million more than 1.1 million passengers and comes from a different part of Carindale through Old Cleveland Road and into the city. It's also associated with the 204, which is the community service that travels through that same corridor, carrying more than 750,000 people. The 209, which of course links the eastern suburbs nodes through Old Cleveland Road, but not to the city, but rather to UQ, carries almost 600,000 passengers each and every year. And of course the 230, which services the Hawthorn, Balmoral and Bulimba area down through East Brisbane, Woolloongabba, South Brisbane into the city. It will carry just shy of 600,000 passengers itself. These are the top 5 services by patronage in the eastern suburbs. They carry collectively over 4.3 million people each and every year, representing about 5% of all travellers here in Brisbane City. As we discussed recently, councillors should know that Old Cleveland Road sees more than 40% of all travel taken down Old Cleveland Road on a Brisbane City Council bus, and these are the services that do that. So 5% of Brisbane City's total patronage on buses uses these 5 services and we continue to see strong growth and strong popularity through these. We recognise that they are popular, and with that comes the need to provide further and better services into the future, something that we're always interested in doing. But I thought it was important to talk about what services we offer, how popular they are, and how much opportunity there is to use what is one of the nation's leading public transport systems in the eastern part of our city.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Deputy Chair, I move that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Edelman, that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Further speakers? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today to speak about Brisbane City Council's bus network, and in particular the incredible strong patronage we are seeing through Brisbane's eastern suburbs. When we talk about public transport, it sometimes feels like we're just talking about lines on a map or bus numbers. But these represent people who get around our city. Locals getting to work, students going to university, patients going to the hospital, families enjoying a day out, and residents trying to get home sooner and safer. The numbers for the eastern routes equate to 5% of council's total bus patronage. And the winner is the route 222, which carried 1.3 million passengers in this financial year so far, making it the highest patronage route on the eastern, just in front of the route 200, which carried 1 million passengers. For my local community, particularly in Carina, these services matter, and they're not just bus routes, they're essential connections which help residents get around our city. The bus route 222 and 200 provide high-use limited stop services that help large numbers of people move effectively across our city. But these routes show something very clearly. People in Brisbane eastern suburbs want public transport that are reliable, direct, and connect people to where they need and want to go. And that is exactly why I can't miss the opportunity to talk about the importance of the Eastern Busway and more broadly the future of mass transit in the eastern suburbs. For communities like Carina, Carindale, Camp Hill and Belmont and beyond, better bus priority and services like the metro-style service will be a game changer. It'll mean shorter travel times, more reliable services, less congestion on our roads and a network that can support our city as we continue to grow. We know Brisbane's growing every single week. More people are choosing to live here because it's an incredible place to live. And people like catching public transport. We can see that from the huge increase in patronage. That's why I'm so grateful to be part of a team that is focused on planning for the future, not just reacting to today's congestion, but investing in the infrastructure, services and network improvements that will help residents get home sooner and safer. Council has already delivered the first part of the Brisbane Metro, and now we are working with the Queensland and federal governments to extend the Metro, including the Eastern Corridor from the CBD to Capalaba. The Eastern Corridor has the potential to deliver an enormous benefit for the wider Brisbane's eastern suburbs. The patronage numbers speak for themselves. Brisbane's eastern suburbs are already using these services in huge numbers. The demand is there, the need is there, and the opportunity is there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week, Council in the public transport presentation caught my eye as some of Brisbane's most popular eastern bus routes, and the figures were impressive. The data showed that the Eastern Corridor services continue to experience exceptionally high patronage, with more than 4.2 million passenger trips taken over this financial year and over just 6 key eastern routes. Together, these services account for more than 5% of Council's total bus patronage. The standout performer was Route 222 between Carindale and the CBD, recording more than 1.3 million trips, making it the highest patronage bus route in Brisbane's eastern suburbs. Route 200 was also exceeded 1 million passenger trips, demonstrated the significant demand for reliable, high-frequency public transport connections across the city. What this presentation reinforced is that Brisbane's eastern suburbs are growing and residents are embracing public transport when it's convenient, frequent and connected to where they need to go. As a representative of the Bayside, I know that many residents naturally first think of our railway line when discussing public transport. The Cleveland line remains the backbone of our transport and many people travelling to the CBD. However, as our city continues to grow and more people choose to live in the eastern suburbs, we must also recognise the opportunities that improved bus and metro connectivity can provide. The proposed expansion of Brisbane Metro to the Redlands, supported by improved connections through Carindale and Chandler, has the potential to unlock new destinations and new travel options for Bayside residents. It is not simply about getting people into the city, but it's about improving access to education, employment, healthcare, recreation and major activity centres across Brisbane. For the residents of Wynnum, Manly and Loder, stronger connections to places such as Carindale can open the door to a broader transport network, providing easier access to destinations that are currently more difficult to reach by public transport. The success of these eastern routes demonstrates that when we invest in connected transport infrastructure, people use it. As Brisbane prepares for the continued population growth and the opportunities that lie ahead, it is encouraging to see Council planning for a more integrated transport network that gives residents more choice, better connectivity and greater flexibility on how they move around our city. And I commend the item to the Chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on the Popular Eastern Bus Routes presentation. Found it very interesting to listen along to Councillor Atwood and Councillor Givney's contributions to this debate here. And Councillor Givney, I was out at Councillor Givney's ward last year at a public meeting of 300 people, very upset with this LNP regime's plans to alter their community without the community's input. And one of the key things that people were raising there, including external experts from Better Transport Queensland, was the lack of bus services in the Wynnum Manly ward and the lack of investment from this LNP council in bus services in the Wynnum Manly ward. Now, the whole reason that the precinct plan debate was being held out there apparently was that they had a train station. But when it was very rightly put to Councillor Allen and Councillor Givney and the council bureaucrat that was there, that in fact bus services, getting people to destinations they want to go to and from Wynnum Manly ward, and Wynnum specifically, were very bad, very lacking. And as we know, the vast majority, all councillors know this, I'm sure Councillor Givney knows this, the vast majority of trips that people both take but also express trips they want to take are from suburb to suburb, around the community, not necessarily just in and out of the city. So while there has been this big focus, which also brings me to Councillor Atwood's contribution around the metro services and the proposed metro expansion, if we ever see that business case see the light of day, maybe in 2 years' time. I think they're actually maybe starting it this month. Maybe? Maybe not. But anyway, in 2 years' time, plus a year after that, perhaps we'll see the business case delivered for the eastern expansion of the metro. But there's this big focus from LNP councillors about these trunk routes that go in and out of the city. Yes. But they never talk about the majority of the trips that people want to take, which are services that connect to metro services, that connect from suburbs to that trunk infrastructure. So the whole system we hear from Councillor Murphy is trunk and feeder. But all they get up and talk about are these metro services and not the services that are required. Like Tracy I spoke to out at Carindale recently, she lives just off Meadowlands Road. It wasn't Tracy Davis, I doubt she'd be out in the suburbs.
Definitely not.
It should be holed up in Brisbane Square, I imagine. So Tracy lives just off Meadowlands Road. When I drove down Meadowlands Road, I've got to say, it was a dog's breakfast. There were pothole after pothole after pothole there. It might have been in Doughboy Ward. I'm not sure which side of the road it was. Councillor Murphy might be blaming Councillor Atwood for that one. But she lived just off there, and she said she made the remark, and I asked her what she loved about the community she lived in and some of the things she would like to see improved. She loves the area she lives in out there. But her key piece of feedback is that there's two halves out in that Carindale area. If you live on one side of Old Cleveland Road, you're pretty well serviced by public transport. If you live on the side that she lives on, up towards Meadowlands Road, it's like an hour between bus services. And a huge long walk to get to where you need to after you get that bus service that, if it runs on time, only operates every hour or so. So where is this advocacy to improve those services from Councillor Atwood? Where is the advocacy from Councillor Givney to improve suburban bus services in Wynnum Manly Wood? Where is the advocacy from Councillor Murphy to improve bus services out there? Or Councillor Wines to the state government to say, sorry, that deal that you inked was a dud and we actually do need growth funding. We identify that the majority of people who want to get around Brisbane by bus actually don't just want to go in and out of the city in the morning and then out in the afternoon. They want to be able to use public transport to get around our suburbs, whether it's to get to shops, whether it's to visit friends and family, whether it's to go to doctor's surgeries. We see the power of public transport when we see that it is delivered to where people live and where they need to go.
Yeah.
But under the LNP, for the last decade, it's been all about this trunk infrastructure which already existed. They didn't build a new busway, and they spent $1.5 billion on that and absolutely zip on the feeder services, which will actually make a difference in suburban Brisbane.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item A and our very loved and sometimes maligned eastern suburbs bus routes. As a councillor from the eastern suburbs, it fills me with joy to hear that Councillor Wines has seen the light, joined the side of Angels and put the east up in lights for the first time in committee in a very long time. Anyone who has driven along Old Cleveland Road at peak hour knows exactly why these numbers are what they are. The Eastern Corridor is very busy, it is growing, and residents need a genuine alternative to sitting in traffic. The residents in the eastern suburbs know that buses are that alternative. And this is not just touchy-feely, Madam Chair, this is real. Over 40% of people travelling along Old Cleveland Road corridor during the peak are travelling inside a bus. So we are one of the best parts of the city in terms of penetration of public transport into the broader community. And we don't have a busway, Madam Chair. So I think that is the extraordinary achievement of this administration and successive administrations and their investment in public transport in the eastern suburbs. We know that a little bit of this is because of the position of Westfield Carindale. It is not just a shopping centre, it's the eastern suburbs public transport hub, and it has been the cornerstone of the eastern suburbs bus network for more than 30 years, with 4 out of 5 of the routes that Councillor Wines had in the presentation starting and ending at Carindale. It's not hard to see why. You've got the 222, which is the backbone of the eastern suburbs network, 1.37 million trips, the highest patronage of any eastern route. For someone that commutes from Carina or Camp Hill into the CBD, the 222 is the one that is getting residents where they need to be a whole lot quicker. The 200 would be right behind that one in terms of pulling in over 1 million trips, running from Carindale Heights through to the Queen Street Busway. Together, the 222 and the 200 carry the east on their back, and a few notable mentions, of course, go out to the 204, the 209 and the 230, of course. Stopping along Old Cleveland Road and dropping residents right into the CBD. Now, Councillor Cassidy talked about circular routes being more popular or there being more demand for them or something like that. I think that is sort of where we would like to be, but that is actually not where the patronage is today. Still, most of the trip demand of today, it's not radial. It is people wanting to come into the CBD and get out of the CBD. The radial trips are generally taken care of in the car at the moment. That's just a reality with Brisbane. That's how our rail network operates as well. It's a network where people start in the outer suburbs and come into the CBD. Now, when we talk about new for all-day services delivered under BNBN, we have the 209 serves as an important connection between Carindale, Buranda, the PA Hospital and UQ Lakes, an important one for students heading into the UQ campus. This is actually the bus that allowed me to study at the University of Queensland. This bus service started the same year that I started at UQ, and were it not for this bus, in Carindale, I would have studied at QUT or Griffith. So, universities on my side of the city. So, I take the interjection from Councillor Wise that you can't have everything. So, maybe I would have got my degree sooner had I gone to QUT, Councillor Wines. But either way, this is an important service. And then we have the 230, of course. Not everyone has time for a ferry ride, and residents in the Bulimba Peninsula will often make the choice to use the 230 rather than to jump on a CityCat. So, an area where we provide those options for those residents. We know that the roads in that area are particularly under pressure, and so we have bus services, bus options for public transport to do what it is designed to do, to give people a fast and reliable way to get into and out of the CBD. Madam Chairman, in summing up, what these figures tell us is that of all the areas where we have challenges with public transport in the city, the east is performing particularly well. Things are performing particularly well in the east. That's not to say that everything is perfect. No one has ever stood up on this side and said everything's perfect with public transport and we don't need to do more. We know we do. But this goes to show that residents in Brisbane's eastern suburbs are very much getting on board with the reforms that we've made to the public transport network and the reforms that we will continue to make.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on this item, and I say congratulations to the eastern suburbs of Brisbane. You've got a fantastic network over there, but guess what? We have probably the worst network in the west, in the western suburbs, right? Right from Toowong, right out to Forest Lake, through, really, I would suggest even through to Sunnybank, quite frankly, but maybe a couple of councillors would disagree with me on that one. But listen, I drive in the Centenary Highway and the Western Freeway every Tuesday, forward and backwards, different times obviously. On Friday we come in for our caucus meeting, different time. But I tell you what you never see, almost never see on the Centenary Highway or the Western Freeway is a bus. Any sort of bus. There's probably the odd school bus, but I tell you what, I follow a lot of trucks, a lot of vans, a lot of cars, but I rarely see a bus. And I wonder why. Because the Centenary suburbs have been let down for years. Forest Lake, a bit better. Anala, not so bad, pretty good actually, right? There's a bit of a compliment there. It'll register. And Duwandala, it could be a lot better. And there's huge growth in that Duwandala Pollara area, huge growth. And we're just not keeping up with the demand. But it's just amazing that the Centenary suburbs, the reason they're having to expand the bridge across the river is because there's so many people living in the Centenary suburbs that want to use that road to get into the city or to northern Brisbane. And I don't think the $300 million that the Palaszczuk government had invested in that, right, is going to be enough, quite frankly. It's going to help, but the western suburbs, and congratulations to the eastern suburbs. You know, you're doing well. But I wish we would just have some of that in the western suburbs, because we're not going to have any metro anytime soon, if ever, right? And we're not feeding to our train system the way we should. And there's so many people living in the Centenary suburbs that would love to be able to get out at Jindalee there or up at Mount Armady to get on and use that without being bumper to bumper all the way through the Fig Tree Pocket, right? Or Indooroopilly for that matter. It's really sad that this council has let the people of the western suburbs down, and that includes Pullen Vale as well, right? Haven't missed you there, because honestly, you rave on about this fantastic system, this transport system you're putting together in Brisbane, but you just leave the western suburbs out of it. And there's no improvement. There hasn't been an improvement in 10 years that I've been councillor, and I don't know, maybe even going back to when Milton Dick was the councillor as well, there really hasn't been an improvement. I know there was some cuts during the Newman years, right? And there was a great outcry. Some of that was put back, but honestly, it's really sad to sort of see that corridor being neglected. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I rise to recite item A. Along the eastern corridors they glide, the 222, the 200, the 204 beside, the 209 and 230 in steady streams, through suburbs stitched with city dreams. From Bulimba's breezes to Coorparoo, East Brisbane streets their engines woo, and more than 4 million riders trace their daily paths towards the city's pace. The 222, swift as morning light, from Carindale to CBD's bright sight, shines as the Eastern Network's star. 1.4 million journeys travelled so far. The 200 hums through Woolloongabba's beat, with river dancing at South Bank's feet. 7 long nights and every day, 1.1 million travellers ride this way. The 204, with patience and grace, stops at every old Cleveland place, from Karina's Hearts to Valley shops, 740k stories told at stops. The 209, a scholar's friend, to UQ Lakes, its journeys bend, from Bulimba's rail to the PA's door, 560k have travelled this corridor. And the 230 winds by rivers gleam, Bulimba to Valley in a gentle stream, 525 riders glide down Wynnum Road by river's side. When questions fade and the meeting end, Chair Wines gives thanks as buses wend their endless paths through Brisbane's frame, each journey different, yet somehow the same. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise to speak on the item A, the bus public transport presentation for the eastern suburbs. And Madam Chairman, I thought it was fascinating that a councillor for the western suburbs, an area I agree with Councillor Strunk is being terribly neglected, particularly the south western suburbs. Out my way, councillor spent almost $2 billion on the metro and we got worse bus service. So, you know, that's a pretty poor reflection on council. But I find it quite interesting that the councillor for the Gap in the western suburbs, where public transport is a significant issue, has prepared a poem. And it sounds like it's taken some time. Now, I'm not sure if he is a chat GPT user, and perhaps he can clarify that for everybody if he's completely outraged. But my question would be, why would a councillor for the western suburbs of Brisbane, where buses are being neglected and cut, where they're being ignored, where we're getting a worse service, why would he be creating a poem about the eastern bus services and talking them up when his own community and his neighbouring communities are worse off. So I just wonder whether or not Councillor Toomey is embarrassed by his colleagues. He has had to create this poem, or perhaps
Councillor
ChatGPT.
Johnston, is your contribution to this report to critique everybody's contribution, or are you actually going to contribute to the report and come back to the relevance, please?
I believe I was contributing to the report. Are we not allowed to mention other councillors now in our discussion? Is that a new rule that I'm unaware of? Has that happened today and I've missed it? No. Okay, good. Not a new rule. Excellent. Thank you for clarifying. So I'm just wondering why a councillor for the western suburbs feels the need to talk up the eastern suburbs buses. I would have thought that a more productive use of his time would be to fight for bus services in the western suburbs, and certainly in my area in the southwestern
Councillor
suburbs.
Johnston, as I just said, we just had Councillor Strunk speak about it from the western suburbs. It's all one Brisbane. We're all one big happy family. So there's no rules that he cannot contribute to this committee.
Sure.
Please come back to what you want to say.
Well, Madam Chairman, I love having these one-on-one debates with you. That is fantastic. But Councillor Strunk was able to talk about what he did with the western suburbs, and I'm just confused if we're all one Brisbane, why the western suburbs buses are getting worse, not better. So that's a confusing thing for me, Madam Chairman. But I guess I just wanted to put on the record that as a southwestern councillor, my effort is on improving bus services in the southwestern suburbs, and I would think that perhaps that's something that the western suburbs councillors might want to do instead of wasting time on poems about buses in the eastern suburbs. Seemed kind of pointless to me.
That's it. Any further speakers? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I hope to talk to the claims that Councillor Strunk has brought to this chamber in regards to the western suburbs. So Councillor Strunk claimed that he never
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Now, Madam Chairman, Councillor Strunk talked about the western suburbs, but you told me I could not talk about the western suburbs. So what's the rule for Councillor Hutton, who says she's going to talk about the western suburbs?
Point of
not the
order.
report.
You are obviously not listening to what I said. I do not uphold your point of order. And Councillor Hutton is on her feet speaking, having her turn now. Councillor Hutton.
Okay. About the western suburbs. Good to know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And look, I will not personally attack Councillor Strunk like other councillors have. I just really want to correct the record. So Councillor Strunk claimed that he never sees buses down the Centenary Highway. Madam Chair, that is false.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Strunk.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim. Councillor Hutton.
Madam Chair, I'm almost certain I heard that he said he never sees buses down the Centenary Highway, but I really hope that I misheard that. I can assure you that all of my major bus routes go down the Centenary Highway, and the only other alternative go to Oxley and Darra Station. So I really just wanted to correct the record and make sure that people of Brisbane were aware that the western suburbs do have bus services. The other claim that Councillor Strunk mentioned was that council approved development out there. Now, Madam Chair, you may not realise that we have entire cities out there called Springfield, and we've actually got Ripley further afield. There are 600,000 houses out there.
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Now, Madam Chairman, you've been quite strict with me about relevance, and I understand that some people can talk about the western suburbs, but I can't. But the suburbs of Springfield and Ripley are actually in a completely different local government area, and they're not in the eastern suburbs, so relevance is a bit of an issue for Councillor Hutton.
I don't uphold your point of order.
You
and
don't?
You had every
What a
opportunity
surprise.
to talk about the
Springfield
western
and Ripley
suburbs,
are
but you
relevant to
did
the
not
eastern
actually
suburbs.
do
Okay.
that.
Yeah,
Thanks
thanks so much for clarifying.
Councillor Hutton.
Point of order.
point of order, Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm just struggling to hear Councillor Johnston. Would we be able to turn her up?
Let me tell you that this does not have a volume. As I said to Councillor Johnston to turn up her volume or talk louder. Thank you, Councillor Chongwa. I already addressed that earlier. I'll just wait for you all to be quiet. No, then please don't keep making it feel like that, Councillor Cassidy. I swear. I feel like I'm back. I mean, the quality, thank you, the quality of the poetry is definitely higher than Year 9, but the behaviour is not. The behaviour is very reminiscent of Grade 9. But Councillor Toomey, A+, fantastic poetry. Councillor Massey, stop interrupting the meeting. Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. My reference to Springfield and Ripley was because Councillor Strunk mentioned that Council has approved all of the development out there. And Madam Chair, it might surprise you, but the Labor state government actually approved all of the development out there and failed to build infrastructure to support the growing housing in that corridor. Now, Madam Chair, it's really interesting. Recently, the Labor state members across the western suburbs have realised that they have failed the people and they failed to build this infrastructure. And now they're calling on the Liberal state government to do something about it. Well, Madam Chair, might I just remind you, 30 years Labor have held these seats. For 3 years, the Liberals held it. And what did the Labor Party do about it? Absolutely nothing.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
It's very funny.
Point of order.
One moment, please, Councillor Hutton.
I think
sorry, Councillor Strunk, I haven't called you yet because I'm waiting for everyone to be quiet so I can hear you. Councillor Strunk.
I think Councillor Hutton has really is strayed right from what this debate's supposed to be about. It's not about Labor or Liberal.
Thanks, Councillor. She's just responding to what you actually spoke about, Councillor Strunk. Thank you, which was brought up. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm purely responding to Councillor Strunk's comments about...
Sorry, Councillor Hutton. One moment. And probably the reason we can't hear, I think, Councillor Johnston, do you have a point of order, or is it Councillor Strunk? You do.
No, it was me.
Thank you. I thought so. Councillor Johnston had the first point of order. Councillor Strunk, it is hard to hear her over you, so that's not helpful. Yes, ladies first. Councillor Johnston, your point of order.
Well, I'm going second, not first, but that's fine. Madam Chairman, I'm very sorry to say, but you said I could not talk about Councillor Toomey either, and now you're allowing Councillor Hutton to talk about Councillor Strunk. Neither the Labor state government, nor housing, nor Ripley, nor Springfield, or any of the things that Councillor Hutton is talking about at all are in the report. And relevance is the matter that you are supposed to rule on, not whether another councillor has spoken.
Well, thank you, Councillor.
Is there some reason that you're not drawing Councillor Hutton back to the report?
Yes, Councillor Johnston, because as Section 35(7) says, during the debate on the motion, the Chair may rule out of order any aspects of the debate which do not relate to the specific subject matter under debate and may direct that the issue may be raised during general business. So perhaps you could have raised that during general business. Councillor Strunk, your point of order.
Yes, Madam Chair. Listen, I said almost never, not never, in regards to buses down.
Councillor Strunk, that's a point of misrep, and we'll come to you when Councillor Hutton is finally allowed to finish her speech. We're not at that point yet. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know everyone is very excited about my contributions today. And isn't it funny that those on the opposite side, Madam Chair, don't like it when you call them out? They don't like it when you call them out for the 30 years of history the Labor Party have failed the people in the western suburbs. And Madam Chair, I know with Councillor Wines, we are continuing to work on the better and improved rail connection with our bus network. And that is something that I know that our Transport Minister in the state is very keen to see happen. So, Madam Chair, we are advocating for the western suburbs. We'll continue to advocate for the western suburbs. And may there one day be a bus lane down the Centenary Highway. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Strunk.
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah, one moment, Councillor Massey. Councillor Strunk, your point of misrep, please.
Okay, yes, as I said, I didn't say never, I said almost never see a bus. And the development I was talking about was, and I mentioned this, was Duandella and Pollara, and that's what's impacting on the Centenary Highway. I didn't say Ipswich now.
Okay, further speakers.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor
I just wanted to talk about the audio because it is a difficulty, and we are, I'm sorry, I'm just, this would also help all of you if you happen to be there.
Councillor.
So firstly, there should be a remote control.
Councillor, we're not
that you can use to turn it up. For this model, and secondly, there is an audio output.
Councillor, this is not part of the agenda. It is not to be raised now. You can raise it later. I have given you what the situation is, and if you're all quieter, Councillor,
but I'm telling you there is.
Councillor, I caution you, I'm speaking. I suggest that you all remain quiet while another councillor is speaking, and that way I will also be able to hear the points of order far more clearly. Show some respect in the chamber. Are there any further speakers to the report? Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I really do appreciate the passion that bus services evoke in this council. Can I also take a moment to thank Councillor Toomey for doing something we're not used to, putting effort into speeches. I know that offended Councillor Johnston, and that's why she was so keen to shut him down. Now, the truth is, I think that people should put more effort into...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Just one moment. Councillor Johnson, I didn't hear it, but I'll wait to the end and let you do your point of misrep. I wasn't sure it was a misquote, but I'll certainly call on you after Councillor Wines finishes. Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I have for some time and have taken the view, and I think that there's a great deal of evidence for it today, that Councillor Johnston spends a lot of her time trying to silence LNP councillors in this place. And that was just another great example, the way she treated Councillor Toomey, the way she's talking over me now. She's trying to silence me even now.
That isn't a misrep, Councillor. That one's clearly not a misrep. What's your point of order?
Madam Chair, Councillor Wines has said that I have been, misrepresentation. He said I've been trying to silence him and LNP councillors today.
It's on your speech.
He's misrepresented my speech, Madam Chair.
It's not. It is not a point of misrep. Councillor Wines.
That he's misrepresented my speech? Oh, God. What?
His statement then was not in regards to your speech. It was not a misrepresentation. That is my ruling. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yet more evidence that Councillor Johnston makes vexatious and gratuitous points of order to step on the speeches of other councillors. The evidence just keeps piling up to that point. But I want to thank all contributors who sincerely contributed to this debate, and I suppose and recognise the ones who didn't sincerely contribute but wanted to talk anyway. I wanted to take a moment of those. That's me calling out Councillor Johnston. I want to take a moment. There were some interesting points made about the western and southwestern suburbs, which I need to respond to. The 444 carries a huge number of people. The 443 carries a huge number of people. The 412,
Chair.
huge number of people. Once again...
Sorry, Councillor Wines. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Now, Madam Chair, Councillor Wines has specifically said that he is calling out my speech and in trying to shut him down.
So
and that is a misrepresentation, and I'm claiming misrepresentation.
I know you're two misreps. Councillor Wines.
I have no doubt that Councillor Johnston will use the misrepresentation time at the end of this speech to make a point wildly different to the one that she should make, and really, and it will be an act of disorder and a point of rebuttal not within the rules. I'm sure that's exactly what will happen. But the 412 is
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Councillor Johnston, point of order.
If Councillor Wines wants to keep going, I will too. But Madam Chairman, Councillor Wines has misrepresented me.
No, he has not misrepresented your speech whatsoever. Councillor,
well, Madam Chairman, he seems unduly fixated on me, and I feel like it's a problem.
Councillor Wines.
Well, I would say I just take notice of a person who routinely points of order me through my speech. There's been 4, and it's hard to ignore when a person does 4 points of orders on a person in a minute 40 seconds. It's difficult to ignore that, which I think is kind of the point that I'm trying to make. Now, there are a huge number of popular services in the western suburbs. We know that. We also, at least Councillor Strunk had the good manners to say that his ward's quite well catered for. The 100 takes more than 2 million people. The 110 takes 500,000 people. And we've seen an uplift on the 100 of 9% since the BNBN changes came in, and on the 110, 6%. So his community, and that particular community, is well served by our bus system. They are extremely popular. Now I come back, I want to have a discussion about one of the points Councillor Cassidy made about how one of the points he made was the vast majority of Brisbane residents want to use a community service that goes locally. Now, I want to recognise that there are many people who want to do that, and we provide services for that. But statistically speaking, the vast majority of people want to use high frequency, high quality, reliable services that go a particular distance. And there is no better evidence for that than the 222, which carries roughly 2% of all Brisbane City Council public transport trips each and every year. So just this one carries 1.5 million people each and every year. So 1 in every 50 passengers carried by a Brisbane City Council bus catches the 222. Wow. Now, I'm not saying that people in the suburbs and don't want to go to community locations, they 100% do. But when we know that when we put on a high frequency service in particular communities, they become more popular. The Blue Glider has yet to reach saturation point. We can put more on that and it will still take more people. The 222 is a good example. The 345 is a good example. Getting near your ward, I'm not quite sure if it starts there or not. It's definitely in Councillor Davis's and mine. I look at services like this. The M1 and M2. They are the great example of the build and they will come. Both of them have seen a 50% uplift on the services, on comparative services in those corridors. So yes, I recognise that the community service obligations that public transport must address and support are important and necessary, and we will do that. But no, the vast bulk of people want to go on a reliable, clean, high frequency, predictable bus service to a key generator of interest, whether that be the city, whether that be the University of Queensland, whether that be Carindale shops. So we know that, and we try our best to cater to both, to have a response to the mass movement, but also the community service movement. And we've tried and find ways where we can respond in a responsible and responsive manner to both of those things. So can I once again just recognise clearly the keen interest and passion that public transport serves this council. Can I recognise all of the bus operators, the schedulers and all of our team who make sure that these 5 services run each and every day, carrying millions of people each and every year.
Councillor Johnston, your 2 points of misrepresentation, please.
Yes, point 1, Madam Chair. Councillor Wines misrepresented me by stating that I tried to shut Councillor Toomey down. Madam Chair, in my speech, I simply pointed out that Councillor Toomey had written a poem about the eastern suburbs buses, but should be more focused on the western suburbs buses, the area he represents. My second point of order, Councillor Wine stated in his speech, misrepresenting me, that I tried to shut him and other LNP councillors down. Madam Chairman, I wish. I can't do that. I simply point out when they're being hypocritical.
We'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Councillor Murphy, Infrastructure Committee.
I'm a bit scared to move this report now, Madam Chair, after what just happened. I move that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 9th of June 2026 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday 9th of June 2026 be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak to the Infrastructure Committee report of the 9th of June. Before I get to the report, just very briefly, Madam Chair, I wanted to once again thank the incredible officers of Asphalt and Aggregates for the work that they did on the Big Fill. The Big Fill, which was an incredible success, Madam Chair, all across the city. These same officers will now embark on Operation Smooth, $110 million of resurfacing, the biggest investment in road resurfacing in Brisbane's history, which will commence from tomorrow, from budget day. So we will get underway. We will bring on a fourth internal crew. We will get our external crews revved up. We will be delivering the greatest tonnage of asphalt this city has ever seen, and our streets are going to be sparkling. And I'm particularly excited about the 19 major corridors that we'll be working in, major roads like Ipswich Road, Logan Road, Lutwich Road, just to name a few, Sylvan Road, Mogul Road. These roads will all be seeing Operation Smooth roll out on them. So, Madam Chair, it's great to see, and thanks to the many hundreds of workers in Infrastructure Services Group who will be delivering that work on behalf of a grateful city. Now, Madam Chair, I know what you're thinking, the Infrastructure Committee report, lots of road petitions here, speed limit reviews. This one does not have the glamour of a Hollywood blockbuster, but you'd be right in thinking that. But I will say the committee meeting last week had a lot of lively discussion. We had very much spirited back and forth, genuine community passion, because we received a presentation about SAMs and WAMs, and these are deeply and passionately important to some people. It was a great presentation. Let me share a few facts that I think deserve to be put on the record. The SAM program, the Slow for SAM program, launched more than 12 years ago. We have 100 permanent SAM signs fixed at schools right across Brisbane. Another 189 rotate approximately every 6 months across 964 purpose-built footing bases. More than 5,000 rotations have occurred since the program began. 5,000 rotations, Madam Chair. And what does the data say about that? SAMs deliver, on average, a speed reduction of 6 kilometres per hour for drivers who approach over the speed limit. 6 kilometres per hour is not nothing. That could save the life of a child, Madam Chair. That is the difference between a close call and a safe arrival home. In the WAM program, the wildlife awareness monitors, and there's been a bit of whamming on in the chamber this afternoon, Madam Chair, but this is different and separate from that. These have been operating only since December 2019. 52 permanent WAM sites now established across Brisbane. Since they launched, more than 50 million vehicles have passed a WAM sign, 50 million. These signs complement our seasonal messaging trailers, the variable message trailers that are quite resource intensive to roll out. Our wildlife fencing and our fauna crossings all across the city. They are part of a genuine, coordinated and data-driven approach that News is leading to keep both our residents and our native wildlife safer on Brisbane roads. Now, Madam Chair, I take a moment just to acknowledge the level of interest in these programs and the questions that they generated around the committee table. The questions from committee members were numerous, they were thoughtful and detailed. And I'll be honest with you, they were enthusiastic, I suppose, the questions in a way that caught even me slightly off guard. It doesn't normally happen at Infrastructure Committee in this way. There were questions about detection ranges, about the radar units themselves, about the measurement points, the first between 80 and 120 metres, the second one being between 10 and 25 metres from the site, about data sharing arrangements with Queensland Police, about whether a smiley face is actually effective behaviour change. And the answer, for what it's worth, Madam Chair, is yes. The data says yes, it is, or we wouldn't have done this at the scale that we've done it at. I would simply say our committee members cared very deeply about SAMs and WAMs, and they were not shy in saying so. Madam Chair, the committee also considered 7 petitions, each representing real concerns from Brisbane residents. We considered a petition from 205 residents regarding speed limits on Annerley Road between Stanley Street and Wollongabba, and one about Mount Nebo Road, some more about some potholes in Holland Park, 10 residents, petition for traffic signals or roundabout. We had a petition from 84 residents about pedestrian safety on the foreshore shared path between 14th Avenue and the Houghton Highway in Brighton, 8 residents in Kenmore. So it was quite a lot of petitions, Madam Chair. I'm sure there'll be debate on it, and I'll leave that debate to the Chamber.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Chongwa? Yes, point of order.
Sorry. I'd like to take item B and seriatim for voting purposes.
Councillor Collier.
Chair, can I ask also that C and D be taken seriatim for voting, and then also F, G and H together as a group?
So F, G and H together. Can I just clarify with C and D, were they separate or C and D together?
As a group.
C and D together. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on items A and items B. And firstly, with respect to item C, the SAM and WAM signs, I'll just briefly say, so proud is this LNP administration of this program that they have cut funding.
One moment, Councillor Johnston. One moment. Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
Madam Chair, I can hear Councillor Johnston inside my skull now. The Greens councillors have tinkered with the volume, and she's extremely loud now. And when she's here in person, Madam Chair, she's very loud, but she's louder than that now.
We had to do everybody's
this
volume.
Is a problem.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Johnston.
I've not touched my sound since you said you couldn't hear me at the beginning of the meeting, so I don't know what's happening.
That's fine.
I would just say that I'm so proud is Councillor Murphy of this program that it's been substantially cut in the last couple of years by the LNP administration. It is a good program, but they refuse to put the funding in for councillors to deliver new signs and more rotations for their communities. And that cut happened under Adrian Schrinner and under this LNP administration. And I do also note that the WAMs are overwhelmingly in LNP areas around the city. I think 50 of the 54 of them or something are in LNP areas, and you definitely can't get them out our way. Some parts of the city seem to be more equal than others. But we know that because, of course, Councillor Adams' wonderful contribution to Council a few weeks ago. Item B. Briefly, this is an important petition where residents are wanting to improve safety on Annerley Road, which runs between Wollongabba and Annerley through my ward and Councillor Trina Massey's ward. We have been working with local resident group at local schools for some months about road safety issues in Annerley, and Active Travel for Annerley, along with all the schools in the district, have been pushing for better public and active transport solutions, speed reductions and road safety upgrades. It has been a hard no every single time from this LNP administration. I don't think they know where Annerley is, let alone care about the important safety issues in this very busy part of Brisbane. Now, the response before us today is the template response that councillors get when they write to council's traffic and transport area asking for speed limit reductions. So this is the talk to the hand response from council, and it's taken council 15 months to even bother providing a template response, which is we will do nothing. Meanwhile, the roads around this area have had their speed limits reduced. They are either 50 or 40. And this is a very busy multi-user kind of area. You've got a lot of people on foot through Annerley Road, getting to the train station, the hospital, the multiple schools in this area, Bisk, Dutton Park. It's a really, really busy pedestrian area. And it does not make sense that council will not reduce the speed. Council's hearing the same messages over and over again through the bikeways plan. It's allegedly been looking at $300,000 and nothing's been produced on that one for the past 2 years. On a walking network plan, where again residents have said how important improving walking infrastructure is, nothing's been done about that. But it is disrespectful, disingenuous and appalling that the LNP, after 15 months, can only muster a basic template response to 200 odd residents who want to reduce the speed limit on Annerley Road. It would make it safer. It will. It'll slow cars down, which provides a safer environment for people on bikes, scooters and walking. So I certainly support the petitioner's response here. And I'll end by saying Councillor Murphy engaged in just dodgy behaviour by not consulting with Councillor Murphy and myself. We are the local councillors. We weren't even given the courtesy of being consulted before he decided he knew best about what should happen in Annerley. Councillor Murphy wouldn't know where Annerley is if he tried. But I know, and residents know, that we will keep fighting for better road safety improvement for pedestrians, cyclists and vehicles through Annerley.
Councillor Johnston. Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim. Councillor Johnston. Councillor Johnston.
I don't think Councillor Murphy said he knew where Annerley was, Madam Chair, so how's that a misrepresentation? How did I misrepresent Councillor Murphy there? Oh, I'm just interested. What part of his speech did I misrepresent, Madam Chair?
You will find out in a moment when he does his...
I'm sure I will, but yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing your double standard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Murphy, point of misrepresentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In her speech, Councillor Johnston claimed that I didn't consult myself on the committee recommendation, and indeed I did consult myself on the committee recommendation, and I decided to recommend the petition to the committee.
Further speakers, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item B and item E if I have time in the 5 minutes as well. Firstly to item B, and it's very interesting, listen to the councillor for Tennyson, who, well, we do understand most times here, believes the sun revolves around the ward of Tennyson. But what we do know about traffic calming, local area traffic management, about slowing downs of roads, and on putting in SAMs and WAMs, that everybody who lives in that area thinks that they are the #1 priority for anything and everything across the whole city. And the reality is that many major roads, like Annerley Road, are major district connectors. And slowing them down to 40 kilometres an hour does not help anybody to get congestion, which we hear through you, Madam Chair, from that side of the chamber day in and day out. I'm not agreeing with the comment, but we hear from Councillor Cassie, the most congested capital in the country. However, happy to support that all the major roads go down to 40 kilometres an hour. The problem with this is that they need to look beyond their own small little area. And I remember there was a former leader of the opposition, through you, Madam Chair, called Councillor Sutton, who admitted she was parochial. And it's about time that maybe someone that side do it as well. Because the fallout from making major roads like Annerley Road, 40 kilometres an hour is people take alternative routes. And you know where they take them? Through the suburbs to avoid the congestion on the major road. And I can say I've experienced it from first hand from a dodgy deal, Madam Chair, that was done with the Councillor for Tennyson and the then Mains Road Minister, Mr Mark Bailey, that got Ipswich Road put down to 40 kilometres an hour. Ipswich Road, an arterial road, down to 40 kilometres an hour. Thank you.
Point of
And
order. Point of order, Madam Chair.
One moment, please, Councillor Adams. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, I don't even know what to say. Ipswich Road's never been 40 kilometres per hour.
It's not for you
so
to
what
say anything.
fantastical
Thank you.
idiocracy
It is not
is she
for you to
talking
say
about?
a thing. Thank you. You don't get up and debate someone else's speech when they're doing it. Councillor Adams.
Yeah, there is a 40 zone now, Madam Chair. And the result of that, the result of the reduction of the speed on Ipswich Road, I can assure you my residents recognised through Eckerburn Road East and Toohey Road. And we did the traffic count and actually proved that the traffic increased significantly with the reduction of speed on Ipswich Road. So what I feel sorry for is those streets in Councillor Massey's ward, through you, Madam Chair, and Councillor Johnston's ward, that are parallel to Annerley Road, where the traffic is supposed to travel, all of a sudden has those residents catching all locals, or not even locals, using alternate routes through their suburban connector roads to avoid the congestion where the main roads have been reduced. It's very easy being in opposition, and not even in opposition as an independent, to sprout what you like. But when you're in administration, you need to make the calls that are better for the whole of the city and the whole of the area, and that is what this petition represents as well, which is the same as petition E that we have here for Holland Park. This intersection is a very tricky intersection, and I recognise that there are very close incidents. There is no recorded incidents, bar one that again was driver error in recent times. It's on the crest of the hill. It is a connector through from Holland Park to Cooperoo. It's right beside Holland Park State School. But it's also a highly used area for the learner drivers that drive through from Holland Park through to Loretto, Villanova, Cavendish Road State High School. Driver error is the concern on this intersection. People need to take their time and learn the road rules and know when to turn right. I have, in many budget submissions now, requested lights at the intersection with Cav Road and Abbottsley to deter people from going down this road. But this intersection remains and will continue to remain a difficulty when residents don't follow road rules. And as we all know in this place, no matter how much work you do to the road works and the road infrastructure, poor driver behaviour cannot be corrected. People need to drive to the speed limit and know their road rules. Madam Chair, I recommend both these petitions to the chamber.
Further speakers?
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Chongma.
Yes, I'd like to put B, C, D and E separately for voting purposes in seriatim, and F, G and H together for voting purposes.
Thank you. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on item D. The residents up there at Mount Nebo requesting that the Mount Nebo Road be maintained in a proper way. Listen, having a look over the recommendation that came from council officers, it didn't appear that they were going to do anything more than what's been done over the last couple of financial years, including this one, and that's just filling potholes. You know, Mount Nebo Road is a very challenging road if you drive it. You know, the 430 residents up there, right, do this probably on a daily basis, and so they deserve to have a road that is fit for purpose. I mean, there's hairpin turns, there's all sorts of, I mean, it doesn't have great lighting either. It does have some lighting, but it's not great lighting. And if you just have a look at the pothole situation, this tells you the state of the road. So not this financial year, the previous financial year, we filled in 2,500 potholes. I mean, when I read that, I just thought, what? 25, there must be a mistake. 2,500 potholes in a year. And this financial year, there's another 218 that have been filled. So it tells you that that road is not in good shape. And Operation Smooth, which is coming up, I think maybe should have a look at this road from a safety point of view. I mean, yes, there's only 430 residents in the Gap ward up there, right? But they deserve to have a road equal to...
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Toomey.
There's only 5 residents in Enoggera Reservoir living on Mount Nebo Road.
If you want to get up and speak after Councillor Strunk is finished, that's when you do it.
Okay.
Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, that's what Google said anyway. So if I'm wrong in regards to that amount, well, 5 people deserve, whether they live along Waterworks Road or whether they live up Mount Nebo Road, should have a road equal to what they need to be safely, to be able to be safely gotten home, right? But as I say, the potholes just tells the whole story here. And the response is really woeful, really, because it's not actually setting out in the future as to how to make this road and maintain this road to an extent where you can safely get home without dodging potholes. Because obviously potholes are a situation that happens up there on a probably a monthly basis, especially when we get a bit of rain. We're just not dealing with it, you know. It's a beautiful part of Brisbane. You know, it's got rainforest up there. It is a fantastic part of Brisbane. And it's obviously a really destination for a lot of tourists as well. They probably look at this road as they go up and thinking, wow, we better be very careful here, right? Because navigating this road is dangerous, especially at nighttime. During the day, it's probably not as bad. You'll see the potholes, but at nighttime, yeah. And motorcycle users also use this right through to Mount Glorious on the weekend. I mean, it's one of the Lake Manchester and Mount Glorious are the 2 biggest destinations in that part of the world for motorcyclists. And a motorcyclist hitting a pothole or using a road that's just not fit for purpose, right, is quite dangerous. And I know that there is quite a lot of, and it's not in our Brisbane City Council area up at Mount Glorious, but it's Moreton Shire, I think. But it's really important that we make our roads as safe for users as possible, right? And I think this road really needs to be. I think Councillor Toomey should put it on his wish list in regards to a road resurfacing for this particular road. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I too rise to speak on item D, the Mount Nebo Road petition. Mount Nebo Road has served as a vital connection between Brisbane and the mountain communities since the early days of the last century. Originally carved through dense rainforest and steep terrain, it became a lifeline for timber workers, early settlers, and later visitors seeking a cooler mountain climate. Over the decades, the road has endured harsh weather, erosion, natural land instability, all across the escarpment. Mount Nebo Road stretches approximately 28 kilometres, beginning at the Gap within the Brisbane City Local Government area and continuing through to the township of Mount Nebo in the city of Moreton Bay. While the road crosses 2 local government jurisdictions, it actually crosses 3 Labor state seats. Most of the road falls under the responsibility of the city of Moreton Bay. Brisbane City Council is responsible for only a small portion of this road. This shared responsibility has shaped the road's history and continues to shape how we manage it today. Many Mount Nebo road users are not from Brisbane, yet we have renewed over 50% of the section that we are responsible for. One of the most significant historical challenges has been landslips. Brisbane City Council has undertaken several major landslip repairs over the years, including stabilisation works in the 1970s and again in the early 2000s when heavy rainfall caused substantial slope failures. After the February 2022 weather event that saw large-scale damage across the city, we were again up the mountain to open the road after 5 landslips that cut that road. That's 5 landslips in an 8-kilometre stretch. These repairs involved retaining structures, drainage improvements, and reinforce the road embankment. Works that ensured the safety and reliability of the corridor for decades to follow. More recently, on the back of rain events and Mount Nebo's poor soil structure, regular inspections for guardrail damage, surface conditions, and road debris are the norm. We actually travel the road looking for falling rocks. However, inspections are only part of our responsibility. This financial year, we have completed over 200 pothole repairs, fixed the guardrail and maintained sections of the table drain. Compared to the previous financial year, we repaired 2,500 potholes. The difference here is where the road base has been removed and we have cut in large patches, reducing pothole occurrence by 90% and the cost of unprogrammed maintenance. These actions demonstrate that we are not reactive but proactive, maintaining a regular program of works and of course addressing issues as they arise to ensure Mount Nebo Road all 5 Mount Nebo Road residents.
Sorry, Councillor Toomey, just one minute. Councillor, I caution you. No. Councillor.
Give me another one. You have to stop at
Councillor Griffiths, you have to.
at the end of July.
Councillor Griffiths, it does not. Thank you. No, you are.
That's your mates in the state. Bigoted. Bigoted.
Finish bullying me, Councillor, and being inappropriate.
Bigoted.
Point of order.
Councillor Murphy, point of order.
Madam Chair, there's all sorts of language used in this place over the years, but I think for Councillor Griffiths to call you bigoted is defamatory, in poor taste, and he should be given the opportunity to withdraw that.
Thank you, Councillor, but I'm not going to uphold that point of order. I'm simply going to say... I'm simply going to say, Councillor Griffiths, as you continue to fail to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, in accordance with Section 21(8) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby make an order reprimanding you for your conduct. Your conduct and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And as I was saying, the actions that we see on Mount Nebo Road are not reactive but proactive, maintaining a regular program of works and of course addressing issues as they arise to ensure Mount Nebo Road residents can get home sooner and safer. Our officers also liaise closely with the City of Moreton Bay, wherever reports relate to sections outside of our jurisdiction, and they would be the potholes that Councillor Strunk is talking about. Ensuring that residents receive a coordinated and timely response. Mount Nebo Road is more than just a transport corridor. It's a historic, scenic defining route that takes visitors back in time to the old timber cutters village. It geographically makes it inherently challenging to maintain, but we have shown consistent, responsible stewardship, and we will see that again in Operation Smooth. We will continue to monitor the road, respond to emerging issues, and work collaboratively with our neighbouring council to ensure that Mount Nebo Road remains functional and remains one of the region's most scenic drives. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item B, just to put a couple of things on the public record. And this is for the petition to request to reduce the speed limit in Annerley Road. There's a couple of things that are really important to state. One of the biggest challenges with Annerley Road is the fact that there are already different speeds on it. Where Annerley Road leaves my ward and goes to the top near Dutton Park, it actually connects exactly with Gladstone Road, with many people using Gladstone Road to get to Annerley Road, and Gladstone Road is now 50 kilometres per hour. That was changed last year. Then there is another section of Annerley Road which is 60. Yep. This is, of course, after the schools. And then there's another section of Annerley Road that drops down to 50 again to accommodate Annerley Junction. And then we have another increase of speed, and then of course there's a reduction again near the Princess Hospital. So this idea that this arterial road is just 60 all the way through is not actually what's happening in practice. And we know that that's not what's happening in practice because this is one of the major challenges that Brisbane City Council officers talked to me about when we were talking about the continuation of bike lanes through Annerley Road, noting that the bike lanes currently that go off Stanley Street, the Woolloongabba Bikeway, and at the top where Annerley Road meets Gladstone Road and continues on to Ipswich Road. So that's the first thing that it's really important. There is already precedent in this area for reduced speeds. The second thing that I want to put out there is those reduced speeds aren't just about the kind of concerns about the traffic impacts around there. We also have to recognise that we do have to support active transport, particularly anyone scooting or riding an e-bike or a bicycle, noting that more people are looking at options for these in relevance to how expensive the cost of living is currently. Protected cycleways, protected bike lanes, next to 50 kilometre or lower roads save people's lives. And protected bikeways, which is what is actually going to be really important for the rest of Annerley towards Ipswich, which is another part of the work that this council is supposed to do. Whether we'll see the designs, maybe we'll work 3 more years. We'll see, I guess. But, you know, it's really important to recognise that a slower speed and the consistency in that slower speed will help people navigate when they are using bikes or scooters around in the area. And so, you know, the response to this petition is, I mean, it's short, it's brief. We know that this petition is, it's not just the 200 in this petition. We know that this affects a lot of people between the Gabba ward, within the Tennyson ward, through you, Chair, to Councillor Johnston, but also further in the south, as a way to safely get home. And so the last thing that I want to put on the record is, it states very clearly here, because it has citywide impacts, it did not go to the local councillors. This, I haven't seen, it's very rare to see something about Annerley Road, which is in the Gabba ward and in Tennyson ward, be specifically something that I delivered because it recognised that it came from the Gabba ward, be sent up and not have local councils consult on it. So it's really important to me to say, just very publicly, should I have been consulted on this, I would have rejected the response because the response is not good enough, and I want community members that sign this petition and across our community know that I would have rejected and not have supported the recommendation in this draft. Yeah, it is a shame. Like this, there's a lot of work to be done in this area, and if we are ever going to deliver that missing link, another missing link for safe active travel as a continuation of the Woolloongabba bikeway, which connects to Annerley Road, speed's going to play a role in it, and we should be responsible and try to keep people safe.
Further speakers. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item A with particular regard to the WAMs that are delivered through our Wildlife Movement Solutions program, and I'd like to give a shout out to that team. They're absolutely passionate about our wildlife and keeping them safe, and I'd also like to give a shout out to Councillor Murphy's team that work well together with those in news to deliver great outcomes and to have them in locations where it does alert people in our wildlife hotspots. Madam Chair, from the very first installation in 2019, we've deployed 52 monitors permanently at high-risk locations to improve driver awareness and ultimately reduce the number of wildlife strikes. This helps drivers know when they're entering known wildlife corridors, prompting them to slow down and keep an eye out for animals like koalas and wallabies, possums and kangaroos, and they're getting noticed. We estimate that up to 50 million drivers have seen these signs, and over time they've become a recognisable part of our streets. Madam Chair, I'm sure that there are councillors here who would have these in their own wards. They see the friendly green flashing koala when they're doing the right thing, and a much sterner red slow down message when they're not. And it was disappointing after what Councillor Murphy described as a really great committee presentation and great interaction with the committee members, that Councillor Johnston couldn't help herself but make a comment about the WAMs being mainly in LNP wards. Well, newsflash, Madam Chair, most wards have LNP councillors, so it's likely that that would be the case, and also a lot of the administration councillors have bushland in their local areas, and so that's where these signs are put up. But the signs aren't just about koalas, they're flexible tools which we tailor at different times of the year to coincide with different breeding and animal movements. Between November and February we add a custom joey season. That messaging flashes on the WAMs as our joeys start leaving their mothers. Reflecting that in the WAMs is another example of how versatile these tools are. They are a very smart and very practical way to keep the community informed and engaged. And Madam Chair, the WAMs have taken on a bit of a life of their own. The flashing koala has become a uniquely Brisbane thing. Some might even call it iconic. We've even had residents suggested turning it into merchandise, which I think says a lot about how well these signs have connected with the public. Of course, the WAMs don't work in isolation. They're part of a larger approach to wildlife safety. In places like Boundary Road, we've paired them with wildlife fencing, a koala bridge and road markings, which combines education with real on-the-ground infrastructure. Altogether, this delivers better outcomes for wildlife and for road users. They remind people to slow down. They raise awareness and they help protect the wildlife that makes Brisbane very special. And as our city continues to grow, it's initiatives like this that make sure that we grow in the right way, respecting and protecting the natural environment around us. And I look forward to seeing this program continue to expand and make a difference for our wildlife across Brisbane. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on petition F, I believe it is, the petition requesting council improve safety for pedestrians on the foreshore shared path between 14th Avenue and the Houghton Highway Bridge, Brighton. The reason that this person who started the petition did so was out of experience and fear of future experiences for herself and for other people of particularly fast-moving e-scooters, but also bikes interacting with people on a very busy stretch of shared path in Brisbane. There's obviously been some changes to e-device laws at a state government level, and there's a big element of policing that is required around this for people's use of these devices. But the fact remains that this is a council-owned shared path on one of three pieces of publicly accessible foreshore, I guess, where our city meets Moreton Bay, and it is a very busy place. And people have been disappointed throughout the process of council's consultation on the Brighton foreshore upgrade in path widening being specifically excluded from that project. It's listed down as a footnote, an asterisk, and it says that if at some point in the future there was more money allocated to this project, path widening could occur, because in sections that this petition refers to, those paths are not compliant. So council knows they have non-compliant shared paths along the Brighton foreshore. They received $5 million from the federal government to do the Brighton foreshore, to contribute to the Brighton foreshore upgrade. And as we've since found out, that's basically where the Lord Mayor said it's capped. There'll be no council funding allocated to this council project that received federal funding. We've now since found out that in their application for federal funding for the Wynnum foreshore upgrade, the Lord Mayor's proposed to top that up by at least $1.5 million. So we know that is possible. We know that in this location here in Brighton, that it is a non-compliant path. We know that people have had incidents there between pedestrian cyclists and e-scooter users where people have been left bloodied and bruised. We know it's an extremely popular stretch of foreshore there. So the petition response is completely inadequate, and it doesn't do anything to allay people's fears that in the future there will be some commitment to that. Now, we certainly hope, it's in my budget submission and has been, well, Brighton foreshore upgrade's been in my budget submission since I've started, and more recently, what I've been putting in that submission is, and this is based on feedback from council officers to me, is that amount of money wasn't enough to do the whole project. It was a contribution from the federal government, but it shouldn't be a capped amount. This is a council asset, a council shared path, a council foreshore, and yet we have $0 being allocated from Brisbane City Council to enhance this project, to actually address really what's been the number one issue for people, and that's the paths along the Brighton foreshore. All of that feedback that people provided, whether they included the calls for more toilets and facilities down there, more park equipment, more seating, more shade, things like that, they were in addition to people's requests for wider paths. And people were given some false hope because council, in the second round of consultation, actually went out to the community with drawings, with sort of artist impressions or landscape architect impressions of what wider paths would look like. And they gave three options. One of them was an extreme widening of the foreshore, which we all knew was going to cost an exorbitant amount of money, but it looked nice. Then there was a smaller version, and then the least intrusive version, which at least got those paths to be compliant. And so people sort of voted on one of those three options, knowing that any of those improvements, if council funded them, would make these paths compliant and safer and more usable for people. And then the Lord Mayor turns around and says, but sorry, there's no money for that. There's no money that's going to come from council for this council project on council land. And then we hear week after week from LNP councillors as they get up and say, well, just go ask the federal government for more money for this council project. The council that the LNP have been promising for the last 20 years down there, election after election after election. So the response today is inadequate. It doesn't address the concerns that people have there, and the Lord Mayor's response entirely to my community has been inadequate over the years.
Councillor Cassidy, your time's expired. Further speakers? Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to rise to speak briefly about item A, which was the presentation about the SAMs, or the Speed Awareness Monitors, and also the Wildlife Awareness Monitor System, which is WAM for short. Also, wasn't WAM a great band as well? But anyway, I shouldn't digress, I shouldn't go off topic, yes, but it was a great band. It was actually really interesting to go through the committee report through infrastructure. I no longer get to sit on infrastructure, which is a bit of a shame, although I do love public transport, so Councillor Mine's always not there, but I am having a great time on public transport as well. So the SAMs are great because it makes safer streets in Hamilton Ward and across Brisbane. And second, it encourages better driver behaviour because you want to get a smile from Sam, not a frown. And I also was interested to learn about the WAM as well, which was focused on wildlife. And yes, it's not just koalas, but joeys and other wildlife, protecting them when they cross the road and helping reduce animal strikes on the roads. So I thought that was really interesting. And with SAMs, they have the built-in radar unit that collects speed data at 2 points. Firstly, the initial speed when the vehicle is between 80 and 120 metres away, and secondly, the final speed as the vehicle passes through the sign, which is usually about 10 or 25 metres away. So SAMs have been smiling at Brisbane motorists for a very long time, and I think there's about over 289 monitors in operation. 964 footings have been established, and lots of vehicles have had their speed recorded. So SAM also has customised images for occasions such as the Ekka, which is only a few months away, Christmas or Easter, but you might see SAMs customised for this Wednesday. Councillor Adamman, what's it going to be? State of origin, go the Maroons.
Maroon football.
So WAMs have been a bit more of a recent addition, I learnt, starting in 2019, and they've got 52 permanent monitors and over 50 million vehicles have been recorded going past. So I thought that was all pretty interesting. So I guess both these systems, they serve to keep Brisbane moving through the promotion of safer streets and better driver behaviour, and in the case of the WAMs, protecting our wildlife. So Chair, I'll end my comments there and I commend item A to the Chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Adamman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak about item G, a petition requesting Council install footpaths and traffic calming devices at Jedburgh and Aberfoyle Streets in Kenmore in my ward. As the proposed response points out, Jedburgh and Aberfoyle Streets both have a speed limit of 50 kilometres per hour and are intended primarily to serve surrounding residents rather than through traffic. That said, I do know it can get busy on both of these streets around school day drop-off and pick-up times given their proximity to Kenmore South State School. A number of parents use these streets to access the bottom entry to the school from Marshall Lane and Kenmore Road, avoiding the main drop-off and pick-up zones at Kersley Road and Glenfrew Street. To assist manage traffic there, Council has already arranged give-way pavement markings at the Gleneagle, Jedburgh and Rannoch Street intersections to clarify priority for motorists. My own observation would be that given the number of cars that park in these streets and the twists and turns, particularly in Aberfoyle Street, it would be difficult to exceed the speed limit there during these times. So I would question what traffic calming devices such as a speed platform or chicanes would actually achieve. Chair, while it hasn't been identified as a traffic or safety hotspot, I do appreciate the recommendation in the petition response for Council to undertake a new traffic survey on both sides of the street to assess traffic volumes and speed. It's always best to have up-to-date data rather than rely on past history or a gut feel. Like the petitioners, I look forward to what this survey determines, and I will happily consider any recommendations if they help make it safer for both motorists, residents and Kenmore South students. So on that basis, I would urge your support to the response to this petition. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item C, which is a petition requesting Council review safety, parking and turning restrictions on a section of Rhodey Road close to the intersection with Gympie Road, and I know the area quite well. The area around there includes a large medical centre, a childcare centre, and then some residential housing and LMR style housing. I've actually been down and had a good look at this location, and while the proponents clearly saw a view to increase safety there through line markings, parking restrictions and what have you, my assessment was very, very consistent with the council officers. The area in question does have a need for on-street parking, and to remove it without good cause would not be a sensible decision. I had a good look at the entry into and out of the childcare centre, the sight lines that people have leaving that particular centre, and my assessment was that the council officer's call on this was right. I would say it can be a busy location, particularly in peak hours, but providing people follow road rules and aren't impatient, the ability to get in and out of that centre is quite reasonable, and accordingly I support the findings of this particular petition.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I thought that was actually a great debate. I think all speakers from both sides are to be congratulated. I thought mid-debate Councillor Griffith's reflection upon you, that very personal reflection, was deeply inappropriate. I still think that, and I don't think he should have done that. But Madam Chair, I didn't have anything further to offer. I thought that was quite a good one, so I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
We'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no.
No.
Division.
Division.
A division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Councillors on the screen, I'll have to ask you which way you are voting. Councillor Johnston?
Yeah, that's a hard no.
Thank you. And Councillor Parry?
Aye from me, Chair.
Thank you. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillors, if you're an aye, put your hand up. If you're a no, put your hand up. Thank you. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour, 5 against and 2 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillors for yes, put your hand up. Councillors for no, put your hand up. Thank you. Okay. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item E to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Division called by Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillors for yes, put your hand up. Councillors for no, put your hand up. Thank you. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 22 in favour, 1 against and 2 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put F, G and H to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillors councillors for yes, hand up. Councillors for no, hand up. Thank you. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Allen, City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 9th of June 2026 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Wolfe that the report of the City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee meeting dated Tuesday 9th of June 2026 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item A was a presentation on our very colourful and creative outdoor gallery. At its core, this program is simple. It takes art out of buildings and brings it to the streets. It makes culture part of daily life. It meets people where they're at. This is not a small initiative. It is an internationally recognised award-winning program. It stretches from Fish Lane in South Brisbane through to Howard Smith Wharves in the city. It is visible, it is accessible, and it belongs to everyone. This program started in a modest way. In 2013, it was a series of light boxes on a wall in Hutton Lane. It built on the vibrant Laneway Outdoor Gallery program. That program aimed to bring life back into underused city spaces. Over time, it grew into a connected public art trail. Its value became very clear during the COVID-19 pandemic. When galleries and theatres closed, this outdoor gallery stayed open. People could still experience art in a safe way. It gave residents a reason to return to the city. It supported local businesses and our creative sector. Today, the gallery supports key priorities. It helps create a city that feels inclusive and connected. It activates spaces that might otherwise feel empty. It encourages collaboration between artists, businesses and the community. It reflects Brisbane's identity and our subtropical lifestyle. The infrastructure behind this program is practical and effective. It includes 32 light boxes across 5 locations, 5 banners across 4 locations, 2 vitrines and a projector at Howard Smith Wharves. These are simple assets, but they deliver strong outcomes. The Craig and Carl Rear Vision exhibition is a good example. It ran from June to October 2025. It brought colour and energy into the city. For Craig and Carl, this was a homecoming. They studied here in Brisbane. Their work reflects their early experiences in this city, including World Expo 88. This exhibition did not stand alone. It connected with other programs. Griffith University Art Museum presented a companion exhibition. Brisbane Festival delivered immersive installations across our bridges. These partnerships matter. They extend the reach of the program. They create a much more complete experience for residents and visitors. The current exhibition, Amplify Me, builds on this in a different way. It focuses on inclusion. It celebrates local artists with lived experience of disability. It has been carefully designed to remove barriers and focuses on collaboration and connection. This matters because access to creative opportunity is not equal. Some of the artists involved said this was their first paid opportunity, which is a powerful outcome. The program started with a co-design workshop at the Museum of Brisbane. Artists helped shape the exhibition. They explored what it means to be heard and seen. They shaped how their stories are told in public spaces. We also worked with the Queenslanders with Disability Network. Together they reviewed 10 gallery locations. This led to practical improvements. Clearer language in materials, better artist recognition, improved wayfinding, more multi-sensory experiences, including audio and video. These are real changes that make the city easier to navigate and more welcoming. Looking ahead, work is already underway on the next exhibitions through to 2027, and I know a lot of people are excited to see what comes next. Madam Chair, what all comes back to is people. People moving through the city, people who may not people who may not step into a gallery, people who want to feel included, people who want to see their city reflect who they are. The outdoor gallery does this. It adds life to our streets. It supports artists. It supports local business. It strengthens our sense of place. I commend this fantastic program to the Chamber and would encourage everybody to get out and have a look at the outdoor gallery. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item A, the Outdoor Gallery 2025-26 presentation. Now, we all walk through the city. Many of us walk to Brisbane City Hall. We walk to meetings, we walk to catch the bus, to meet colleagues and to meet friends to have a coffee. But most of the time we're moving from one place to another, we are focused on where we need to be. But because of the outdoor gallery, those everyday walks through Brisbane can become something more. A laneway becomes a gallery, a wall becomes a story, a car park becomes a place of colour, surprise and imagination. That is the value of the outdoor gallery. It takes the ordinary routes people already use and turns them into moments of discovery. Since growing out the Vibrant Laneway initiative in 2013, the Outdoor Gallery has helped to activate underused city spaces through changing public art exhibitions. Across light boxes, banners, vitrines and projection sites, it creates a pathway through the city. For 2025-26, the program presented two strong exhibitions. The first was Craig and Carl with the example of Rear Vision, which ran from June through to October 2025. Craig and Carl are homegrown artists with an international reputation. Their work is bold, bright and playful, and it's brought energy into some of Brisbane's most familiar places, from Hutton Lane and Fish Lane to King George Square Car Park, Irish Lane, Eagle Lane and Howard Smith Wharves. Their work reminds us that public art does not have to sit behind gallery walls. It can meet people where they are. It can be part of the daily life of our beautiful city. This exhibition also connected Brisbane to a larger cultural story, aligning with Griffith University's Art Museum and the Brisbane Festival. It helped build Brisbane's profile as a global city of culture, while also supporting the visitation, student engagement and creative opportunities. The second exhibition included the presentation was Amplify Me. This started November last year and runs through to October of this year. This exhibition carries an especially important message. Amplify Me celebrates local Brisbane artists with lived experience of disability. It is an exhibition about creativity, but is also about access, visibility and belonging. The process behind the exhibition was inclusive from the beginning. Artists were involved through co-design workshops. An accessibility audit informed improvements, including the Outdoor Gallery Accessibility Guide, audio description tours and better wayfinding. This means the program is not only showing inclusive art, but also practising inclusion in a way the exhibition was made and also experienced. Through Amplify Me, many artists were included, including Marcus Nunn, Ella Doyle, William Melroys, Greg Chambers, Fraser Campbell, Ruby Herringberg, and they shared their work across our city. Their stories are being seen in Edward Street, Heritage Lane, Hutton Lane, Edison Lane, Fish Lane, King George Car Park and Eagle Lane. And this matters because when artists see their work displayed in the heart of our city, that is powerful. When a passerby stops and connects with this artwork, that is powerful. And when our city makes the space for more people to be seen, heard and celebrated, that is the kind of city that we should be proud to build. So the next time we walk through the city, we might still be going to work, to a meeting, to catch the bus or to go home. But because of the Outdoor Gallery, we may also find ourselves walking through a story about creativity, a story about inclusion, a story about Brisbane. Chair, I commend item A to the chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Allen, your right of reply. No further speakers. We'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Davis, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting of Tuesday the 9th of June 2026 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Adams that the report of the Councillor Marx, that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 9th of June 2026 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week's presentation provided an overview of our Restoration for Recreation program, which manages contaminated land and closed landfills throughout Brisbane. Through a risk-based approach, the program protects the broader environment, ensures parklands can be used safely by the community and supports council in meeting its obligation as a landowner under the Environmental Protection Act 1994. The committee heard that land contamination across Brisbane stems from a variety of historical uses, from the former workers' quarters at Victor Gretting Park in Zillmere to a commercial boat repair yard at Curlew Park in Sandgate and a range of industrial uses at James Warner Park in Kangaroo Point. Across the city, there are 156 closed landfill sites, many now used as open space parkland and leased sporting fields. To restore these sites, a clay-like capping material is placed over the landfill before clean fill is laid on top, with ongoing inspections ensuring they remain safe for community use. The committee was advised that common contaminants include asbestos, widely used between the 1940s and the 1980s, heavy metals such as lead, copper, nickel and zinc from maritime and port activities, and hydrocarbons associated with industrial runoff, petroleum terminals and transport facilities. The associated risks, including gases produced by the breakdown of waste and the presence of leachate, a hazardous liquid formed when moisture meets waste, significantly increases the cost of works on these sites. We heard that total remediation involving the full removal of contaminated soils means a site no longer requires ongoing inspection or maintenance, and such projects are carefully scoped through detailed site investigations. There are options assessments and remediation action plans with costs driven by the volume of soil that needs to be disposed of. The committee noted several parks currently subject to remediation works, including Windsor Park at Windsor and James Warner Park at Kangaroo Point, and where works are underway, and Victor Gretting Park at Zillmere where works are planned. Madam Chair, the committee also considered 3 petitions. The first sought to prevent the removal of trees within Hanlon Park, Baroota at 56 Junction Street at Stones Corner, and changes to Council's tree removal policies. Council has reviewed its schedule and confirmed that there are no tree removals currently planned within the park. Council exercises, Madam Chair, rigorous care in all decisions regarding tree removal, with arborists assessing each tree individually for health, structural integrity and safety in accordance with the relevant Australian standards. And where a tree is marked for removal, it still can offer habitat value, so it may be retained as a designated habitat tree. And replacement planting, of course, occurs where appropriate to maintain our canopy cover. That petition was passed unanimously. The second petition requested an off-leash dog park in South Brisbane. While no dog off-leash area is currently planned for South Brisbane itself, the committee noted that stage 2 of a dog off-leash area at West End Riverside Lands Park, which was approved by Councillor Massey and funded through the Gabba Ward Suburban Enhancement Fund, is now in progress. Running parallel to Montague Road and accessible via Beasley Street, it will provide nearby park users with additional dog waste facilities and is anticipated for completion in late 2026, and that was also passed unanimously. And finally, Madam Chair, the committee considered a petition seeking part toilet facilities at Hannah's Place, the memorial area within Bill Hewlett Reserve, Camp Hill, Council acknowledged the importance of these facilities being there, and in the 25-26 financial year had allocated funding to investigate, design and construct a new toilet box servicing the broader park. So design work has commenced with construction anticipated
Sorry,
for
Councillor
completion.
Davis, your time has
Thank you, Madam
expired.
Chair.
And under the provisions of section 3513 of the meeting's local law and the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate. So we'll now put Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Customer Services Committee report. All those in
Point of
favour.
order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Can I ask the items be taken seriatim for voting, please?
So we'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillors on the screen, those in favour, hands up. Thank you. And those against, hands up. And those abstaining, hands up.
I'm sorry, I just need, let me know when the bells are ready and ask again, please.
Yeah. Councillor Johnston, are you abstaining or saying no?
Thank you, abstaining. Thank you.
Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, resume your seats. Community and the Arts Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Finance and City Governance Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I have a petition requesting Council install concrete footpaths in Patwell, Keppel and Lindeman Streets, Boondall.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you. This is a petition requesting Council install traffic lights at the intersection of Honeysuckle Way and Gowan Road, Callambell.
Councillor Strunk.
Yes, I have a petition for residents calling for the Thrush Street Park to be renamed Uncle Albert Park.
Councillor Massey.
I have two petitions. One, requesting the signalised pedestrian crossing on Wellington Road in East Brisbane, and a second one, requesting the establishment of a new ferry terminal, a second ferry terminal in West End.
Councillor Murphy.
Madam Chair, I have a petition requesting Council improve the service reliability of the 120 and the 121 bus routes with peak hour bus lanes.
Councillor Dixon.
I've got two petitions. One petition requesting Council provide additional residential parking spaces on Newstead Terrace and other streets in Newstead. And also the second petition that requesting Council install traffic calming devices at the intersection of Lodge and Ken Roads, Kalinga.
Councillor Dixon, can I have a motion for receipt of the petitions?
Sure. Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? We'll now move to general business. Are there any speakers? Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on Night Feast at the Powerhouse and a recent very worthy recipient of an OAM, David Westlake. Last week, our Community Arts Committee was very blessed to have a visit from the dynamic Louise Bassina from Brisbane Powerhouse to speak about Brisbane's most exciting cultural event, Night Feast, which returns to Brisbane Powerhouse from the 29th of July to the 23rd of August. Night Feast has quickly become one of Brisbane's premier foodie events, and this year is moving to winter to try and ensure weather success and allow it to stand alone in Brisbane's festivals calendar. The Brisbane Powerhouse precinct will be transformed into a vibrant celebration of food, art and culture. It is a wonderful example of how we can activate our public spaces, support local businesses and create memorable experiences for residents and visitors alike. The success of this event is evident in the numbers. Last year, Night Feast attracted over 141,000 attendees, drawing people from across Brisbane and beyond the experience, to experience everything the festival has to offer. 40% of the attendees came with their families and more than a third attended with friends, highlighting its appeal to a truly community-focused event. What I particularly love about Night Feast is that while there will be some ticketed performances within Brisbane Powerhouse this year, the festival itself remains free to enter. Visitors can wander through the precinct, explore immersive art installations, enjoy the atmosphere and choose from dozens of food experiences created by some of Brisbane's best chefs and restaurants. This year's food program brings together returning favourites alongside exciting new additions, showcasing the incredible talent within Brisbane's hospitality industry. From casual street food to premium dining experiences, there's something for every taste and every budget. Especially impressive is the arts program. A large-scale installation such as Ignite, a towering interactive light sculpture, the Joy Generator and Total Vibrations will bring engaging experiences with total sensory stimulation and for all visitors and all ages. These installations are designed to be immersive, interactive and family-friendly, encouraging people not to simply just observe art, but to also participate in it. The festival also demonstrates how cultural events can contribute to Brisbane's economy while strengthening the city's identity. Visitors support local restaurants, artists, performers, suppliers and tourism operators while experiencing the creativity and innovation that Brisbane is increasingly become known for. Importantly, Night Feast is also embracing sustainability. Last year, more than 6,400 kilograms of waste were diverted from landfill and over 15,000 glasses were washed and reused, reducing single-use plastics and demonstrating that major events can be both successful and environmentally responsible. As Brisbane continues to grow, and events such as Night Feast will help shape the kind of city we want to be, a city that celebrates creativity, supports local businesses, embraces families and creates opportunities for people to come together and connect. And I encourage all Brisbane residents to make the most of this fantastic event when it opens this winter on the 29th of July. Now, very quickly, I would like to put a huge congratulations out to David Westlake OAM for being recognised in the 2026 King's Birthday Honour list. This honour is fitting considering David's long-standing dedication to serving others and the positive impact that he's played on our community, especially through his time with the Wynnum Manly Men's Shed. He's touched the lives of many around him, but I also want to say that, like every great community servant, there's often a wonderful support person, and so a special acknowledgement must also go to Anne. Thank you for your encouragement, your support, and the sacrifices that you've made over the years that's enabled David to be able to give so much to community. This recognition is very well deserved, so congratulations, David, on your special achievement. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on 3 items today: the Shaftesbury to Mulberry Bikeway, City Link 3, dog parks in Kurilpa. I don't think I'll have time on the last one, but that's all right. I just wanted to firstly begin on item 1, which is the Shaftesbury to Mulberry Bikeway. I want to begin by absolutely thanking the hardworking Brisbane City Council staff for the work that they've done on this bikeway. I'll go through what some of the challenges I think are, the disappointments, I do want to say very clearly that I am absolutely supportive of this bikeway and the work that Brisbane City Council officers have done. I've had multiple briefings, we've had great discussions and recommendations, and the fact that this is a separated bikeway under difficult conditions, knowing the length, well, the width, it was very difficult with the width, is really great work, and I'm very supportive of that. Some things that I am disappointed with that I recognise are not, Brisbane City Council workers are not the decision makers on this. Firstly, there will be no consultation on the design that will be released. Even though the final design earlier today was not released, there will be a release of the final design. The tentative draft design, as I know it, will not receive any consultation, which is, I think, a missed opportunity by Brisbane City Council to take residents in this area on a journey on what benefits this bikeway can deliver to the rest of the community. The other thing that I'd also like to flag very importantly is that, from memory, 46 trees will be removed to make way for the separated bikeways. I want to stipulate very, very publicly, this is a major reduction of shade, and it should not be a citywide offset. The same number of trees removed must be planted in the Gabba ward. It is not a citywide offset. This is an offset for the Gabba ward, which is massively having a shade reduction and a tree canopy reduction. We've had very big challenges with that in the Gabba ward, with significant trees at Orley Park, at Captain Burke Park, at Musgrave Park. Trees that are 100+ years old going and taking years for replanting, noting one at Kangaroo Point at Captain Burke Park that was removed in 2022 is still not replanted. So I want to be very clear that all trees removed for this project need to be replaced within the Gabba ward. I have a list of every tree removed in the Gabba ward and everywhere I think they could be planted. So please get in contact because I will go through that list with you. Lastly, I just want to talk about dog parks at Kurilpa. This has been a really challenging project. The dog parks plural, noting that the Riverside Dog Park in 2022, the background in this, the Riverside Dog Park in 22 was hit by those major floods, and of course the visceral tar or contaminants in that area were leaking into the Brisbane River. There was an announcement for a Jolly Park by the Lord Mayor that then was subsequently cancelled. I believe this is a project that should have been done by Brisbane City Council, remembering that there has been a lot of infrastructure charges throughout Kurilpa. Last week you would have heard the Lord Mayor that apparently growth is just starting. I know residents of Kurilpa do not believe that to be true. They've seen something real on the ground which is different from that. And what was a difficult project? Who knew dog parks were so contentious? And they are. But what I do want to say, it was an engagement piece that we did go through. And by that, there was nearly 900 people that voted. Yes, no, maybe, the whole range. And that's consultation on Suburban Enhancement Fund. It wasn't easy. There were disagreements, there was misunderstandings, but I want to thank every resident, all 900 and more. We had multiple engagements on the ground. We had the community polling, and we had a town hall to engage. I do want to thank every resident that did engage with us, over 900 people. And I'm really thankful that we're going to be able to bring a solution that's not just for a dog park, it's actually a greater picture for Davies Park too. So thank you to the residents.
Further speakers, Councillor Marks.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to rise to speak very briefly on a couple of items, curbside collection and a comment about the Natalie Cook presentation that we heard earlier this afternoon. Curbside collection, as the Chair has mentioned, is happening in my area at the moment. And I want to say, so we had some stuff picked up well, went out Sunday night like it's supposed to, and within sort of half an hour to an hour we have the trucks with the trailers and that driving around the local area going through stuff and that. And I actually went out and spoke to the gentleman picking up and told him that we actually had a name for them, which is urban recyclers, as the Chair mentioned. I think, and I congratulated them. I said they do a great job. Collecting all the stuff that we don't need and putting it on into recycling as opposed to going to landfill, which is a passion, as the Chair mentioned. I did have to stop my youngest, though, who was rapidly running around the house saying, what else could we put out on the curbside? I'm like, well, you know, leave it alone. It's all right. It's all good. It's mine. Yes, it's mine. Thank you, Councillor Adams. You can do your own curbside when you move into your own house. The other comment was about the Natalie Cook presentation. I have to say I was pretty stunned. I'd never heard of this before. I know Councillor Adams has mentioned this in the past, but I have to say I didn't really take a great deal of notice about it. But
thanks.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. But the way Natalie Cook mentioned it, I was astounded, and I spoke to her outside in the antechamber about it, and she said, yeah, so athletes who are competing in places like Europe and that have to pay for their own shirts and everything. So I thought, you know, that's got to be wrong. Like, seriously, what is wrong with us as a country that we can't give our athletes money for when they're out there representing us in the country? I can tell you, I certainly will never be representing Australia in any sports in any way, shape or form, ever. But Natalie very kindly agreed to have a photo with me with her gold medal, me touching it, and that's, I said to her, would be the closest I will ever get to a gold medal in my life. But I figured there was something we could do as a council, you know, overall. You know, there's 26 councillors here in this space. You know, even $1,000 each, which $26,000 was go a long way to helping the fund that she was talking about. I mentioned that I would be talking about that here this afternoon. She was delighted, so I think that's the least we can do as councillors, is do that. And I know Councillor Adams has done some of that work already. So we're going to be sent, I think, the link on how we can do that. I'm certainly very keen to help in that respect. Like I say, it's the least I can do for people who do those hard yards for us as a country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak tonight on just one item, an event that happened on Saturday. The Brisbane Performing Arts Challenge, or known as BPAC, right, was their annual gala performance, and it was held at River Life Church at 17 Mile Rocks in the Jamboree ward. I used to host it in my ward for a number of years, but what's happened to it, which is a great thing really, is the fact that the students that actually participate from both primary and secondary schools across Brisbane, right, do it through a series of workshops leading up to the gala night. Now, the workshops, it goes for around about 13 days now. It used to be 10 days, but it's now out to 13 days. So that's a pretty big impost on any event, a place that would host those workshops for that particular period of time. And it was done in my ward at one of our high schools, but the disruption to the students through those 2 weeks really in the Performing Arts Centre at the college was something that they just had to move on from. And I was really sad to hear that because it's a fantastic program. So the workshops, of course, the students actually work with professionals, right? Whether it's singing, dancing, acting, it's the lot. We had the performance, the gala performance night on Saturday, and they didn't disappoint at all. Matter of fact, this is probably one of the best series of performances I can remember for a gala night. One of them was an acrobatic troupe that performed with movable pieces of equipment. There was probably around about 15 or 18 in the troupe, and honestly, they were of such quality that Cirque du Soleil would have been proud to have them at a performance. That's how good they were. It was just, everyone was just enamored. It was the final performance, actually, of the night, and we just couldn't believe what we were seeing from secondary school students, right? They are so talented, as all of them were as well. And I just want to pay tribute to Rhonda and her team for putting for over 20 years now, BPAC has been going. It's a huge commitment. It costs a huge amount of money. They do get really good sponsorship. Sadly, a lot of it's from Sydney, not necessarily from Brisbane. Some is from Brisbane, certainly, but the bigger majority of the money that they need for scholarships and other needs for the week, right? Or sorry, the 2 weeks, does come from down south, and also some, of course, down in Victoria as well. I know Councillor Howard has been to many a performance over the years, and we usually catch up and have a bit of a chat while it's all going on, but sadly she wasn't able to make it this year. But and Councillor Hutton, and I know you're probably busy as well, but just maybe put it on your calendar for next year if River Life is hosting them again, because it's just absolutely the best 2 hours you'll ever spend watching these you know, the primary and secondary students perform, and it's just brilliant what what the workshops are able to get out of them, right? And get out these sort of performances for people, for real non-professionals who would like to maybe be a professional one day. And I just think it's such a great program. And Brisbane City Council, I think maybe we should look at giving some more money to them, because they work with hundreds of kids right across Brisbane. Maybe all councillors, maybe if you've got a school in your area that participates, maybe you can have a look at maybe a little bit of SEP funding or something like that, or your ward funding, just to support them, because it's really a great program. Because they learn, it's not just a performance like an Stepford is, it's actually workshops leading up to it, which really gives them a good background into the performing arts, if that's where they want to be. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on two matters. One, DJ Ormsandi entering chambers this afternoon at 1 o'clock, and also to do with dispossession from 1840s Frontier Wars to the 2032 Olympic Stadium. I just wanted to put on record that DJ Ormsandi does a lot of welcome to countries for Brisbane City Council, and he planned to come into the gallery this afternoon at 1, but was denied access because he was using his clapsticks. I want to let you all know that he was doing that practicing in ceremony, his law, L-O-R-E, out of respect, because he sees this is a special place, and he was bringing his ancestors in. So he was practicing his 80,000 years of the longest living culture. So I think we all need to try and make room for the richest culture in the world. So I just want to acknowledge that. So maybe next time you'll let him do his clapsticks into the gallery, and then he will stop using his clapsticks when he sits down. So this is just something to understand, that we are living in, we've got two worlds here, L-O-R-E and L-A-W. We need to acknowledge L-O-R-E, which is Aboriginal practice and ceremony. I move on to, thank you. I rise to speak on the echoes of dispossession from the 1840s frontier wars to the 2032 Olympic Stadium. I acknowledge the warriors who fought and who are still fighting this colonial war. The rolling green hills and its over 4,000 trees of Brisbane Victoria Park hold ancestral connections to the ancient trees and spiritual tribal systems. This LNP Council and state government and the developer mates intend to pour billions of dollars into building an Olympic stadium. The cost blowout will be phenomenal and a burden to our community. This windy place, Brisbane, holds a truth. It carries the scent of smoke, the sounds of boots, and the unyielding roar of frontier war that successive governments tried to erase. The frontier legacy of Brisbane, historically known to the settlers as York's Hollow Brisbane. It was a massive intertribal homeland where up to 800 people at a time gathered for ceremony, corroborees, and trade. Because it was a stronghold of Aboriginal life, it became a target of colonial violence. In 1846, colonial police launched a violent raid in Brisbane to capture a resistant leader. They shot residents, left bodies on the ground, and burned the entire camp to ash. 3 years later, in 1849, the British military marched in and burned it down again. This is colonial mind. Use absolute force and violence, terrorise the local population, destroy their shelters, and drive Aboriginal people to the fringes of their country. The parallel, Reconciliation Week 2026, history does not stay in the past when the system refuses to change. The violent attack on elders and Aboriginal people during National Aboriginal Reconciliation Week is deeply racist. The colonial aggression, police violence, and intimidation on Aboriginal people was disgusting. Over 100 police officers and council workers descended on a Buttermanjar and Goody Camp embassy. They didn't use muskets this time. They used violence, aggression, floodlights, motorbikes, and council orders. They dismantled tents, stole personal property, threw people to the ground, arrested Aboriginal people in ceremony, and tried to stamp out sacred fire that had been burning since April. Aboriginal people in ceremony, Aboriginal people exercising their human rights under Section 28 of the Act. How can a nation speak of reconciliation with one breath while using state force to evict and impose violence and intimidation on traditional owners and Aboriginal people from their sacred heritage listed land with the next? The colonial playbook hasn't changed. In the 1840s, they cleared the Aboriginal people in ceremony for pastoral empires. Today, they cleared the Aboriginal people in ceremony for the Olympics. The message remains identical. Your culture, your sovereignty, and your sacred sites must make way for our profit. The colonisers of the 1800s thought that hanging the great warrior Dundully in Brisbane would break the spirit of resistance. They were wrong. And the politicians of today who think a midnight police raid, violent attacks and intimidation will quiet the elders, customary custodians, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people. We will fiercely remind this city this is a sovereign Aboriginal sacred site. Aboriginal people were chained together around their necks, enslaved, sexually assaulted, violently killed in massacres, children stolen and still stolen today and violently removed from their lands.
Councillor
This
Tongwa,
violence
your
Aboriginal
time
has never
has
ended.
expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
I rise to speak on changes to the Local Government Act and the City of Brisbane Act. I'm extremely disturbed by the Lord Mayor's proud boast today that he influenced the CEO of Brisbane City Council to seek changes to the legislation that governs how councillors can have access to information. Firstly, our CEO, when these changes were proposed, was very new. I doubt she had been in the job for weeks at that point. It is of great concern to me that the Lord Mayor has acted in a highly partisan and political way to influence a public service, to use his power to make sure that councillors get less information and less access to council records. Now, the Lord Mayor stood up today, excuse me, and made some really spurious comments about some sort of arrangement by the previous state Labor government. He then belittled the Belcara inquiry by the CCC, which uncovered significant, corruption and other governance issues, not with Brisbane City Council, but another local government area. It is appalling that the Lord Mayor of Brisbane would seek to ensure councillors who have a statutory obligation under the City of Brisbane Act to act on behalf of all residents of Brisbane. We are not just responsible for making decisions for our wards, we are responsible for making decisions on behalf of all residents of the City of Brisbane. Now, that is in the City of Brisbane Act. It's a statutory responsibility. Now, it turns out today that the Lord Mayor influenced our CEO to make it impossible for me to carry out my statutory obligations in a meaningful way by removing my ability to seek information about major issues in the city that may be outside my ward. The Story Bridge restoration project is an example of that. Lighting projects which seem to be favourably done in LNP areas and not in mine is another example of that, and the list could go on and on. Whether or not they're more local in somebody else's area or of a citywide significance. The Lord Mayor used his power to influence a new public servant to stop councillors from accessing files and information through the appropriate processes under Section 171 and 172 of the City of Brisbane Act. Now, why would he do that? That's the question everybody at home is sitting there thinking. Why would the Lord Mayor do that? Well, we know why, because of the answer to the questions on notice that I've had on the notice paper today. Over the past 3 years, only 4 LNP councillors have ever requested either a document or information. It is opposition councillors, including myself, Labor councillors and Greens councillors that have asked under those provisions for information. So the upshot of what the Lord Mayor cooked up in private with the CEO was to deny Labor, Green and myself as an independent access to council papers and files that ensure we have access to information to make informed decisions in the public interest on behalf of the ratepayers of Brisbane. That is what our Lord Mayor did. Now, I am concerned at the CEO's actions here. I would have thought that when she has a equivalent of a board, this is what the Lord Mayor and others in there tell us, that we're the equivalent of a board. Well, when you only speak to one board member and you act on their direction without speaking to the other 26 people who are impacted by that decision, without seeking their advice, consultation, without discussing it with them, and then making a unilateral decision that directly impacts them, that is poor practice. Now, in my discussions with the CEO over the past year, she's been very clear with me.
Your time has expired.
This is not good enough.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise to speak about the Vinnie CEO Sleep Out, which is on again on Thursday night. And I am very proud to say that I am having, I don't know if you call it an opportunity, but I am sleeping out on Thursday night. So I apologise now for my Friday morning mood, maybe. But I have to say, it is going to be boosted very much by the fantastic support and sponsorship of Wolf Coffee that has come online this year for the CEO Sleep Out as well. We speak many times in this place about how it is vital that everybody in Queensland has access to safe, secure place to call home. And the thing that really drove me to join the CEO Sleep Out this year is their new fund that they are putting the CEO Sleep Out money towards, and that is 500 homes for Queensland as well. And so the money that is raised through CEO Sleep Out does go through to prevention, to crisis support, but more importantly to long-term housing solutions. So the 500 Homes project is the largest housing investment in Vinnie's history. So with the support of the state government, they're working to double the housing stock, provide more Queenslanders with stable, affordable homes. So far, 153 houses have been secured, with construction on several sites already underway. So it is fantastic to see the money directly going into palpable and tangible results for homeless people right across the state as well. In 2025, there is an amazing amount of money, $1.8 million plus raised across Brisbane and the Sunshine Coast, and it actually broke the ground on the first of the 500 homes in the middle of last year as well. So there was a total of $2.5 million across the country, and so this is happening in many states, particularly in New South Wales and Victoria as well on the eastern seaboard. So with the 500 homes program starting last year, it's going to be really exciting to see what comes from this year. So you can go onto the CEO's Sleep Out webpage, just look up Krista Adams. I am happy to take all donations. I was given the challenge to reach $5,000 with them incoming from a function. I will probably reach about 8,000. I would love to make it 10,000 if you would like to donate in the next couple of days, but please go gentle on me on Friday morning. It might have been a rough night, but not as rough as what most people have when they're out rough sleeping. I'm hoping that money goes towards some tangible outcomes for the homeless in our community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that the meeting adjourn for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adamant that Council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of... Oh, sorry. General business. Any further general business? No? Okay. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 8A on the agenda.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
As we're now motions, can I move that we take the motion off the table regarding Dutton Park train station?
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Adams and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the motion from the 10th of March 2026 be taken off the table. This is a procedural motion, so I now put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The motion from the 10th of March 2026 has been taken off the table, and I will restate the motion for the chamber while it is being distributed to councillors. The motion was originally moved by Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Johnston, that this council undertakes final design work based on investigation outcomes and community consultation, prioritising safety, accessibility and connectivity for pedestrians, cyclists and public transport users, and allocates capital funding in the 2026-27 budget to deliver an intersection upgrade and a new pedestrian crossing at the corner of Ennerley Road and Noble Street, adjacent to Dutton Park train station. Councillors who've already spoken are Councillor Massey and Councillor Dixon. Debate now resumes from where it left off on the 10th of March 2026. Is there any further debate? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you've just read, this motion is very much related to the budget and budget deliberation, and as we only have one more sleep to find out everything, we'll be getting the budget. I move that this motion be put.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Adams and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the motion be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Okay, so as Councillor Massey is not here, we will now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour say aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it. That is lost. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 8A on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy, would you please move the motion? No.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Is there a mover for this, a proponent, please?
We are just waiting for Councillor Cassidy. I'm just checking if you can move it. And someone, just one moment.
So, point of order, Madam Chair. Is there I appreciate as a courtesy. Okay.
I was going to say it could be moved by another councillor or deferred to the next meeting. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much. I move that the Lord Mayor considers that the 2026-27 budget and suburban works program includes dollar figures for all projects and line items, ensuring full transparency for the residents of Brisbane.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that the Lord Mayor considers that the 2026-27 budget and suburban works program includes dollar figures for all projects and line items, ensuring full transparency for the residents of Brisbane. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. As families gather around a kitchen table tonight or any night for that matter, thinking about their finances, they'll be taking into account everything that goes in and everything that goes out, making sure money is not lost on the things that don't matter or what they don't need anymore. These people pay rates, fees and charges to live, work and play here in Brisbane. They trust us to be careful stewards of their money. Money raised from property rates, from registering your pet, running a small business or burying a loved one. That's why we owe it to them to provide transparency and accountability when we decide to spend from their rates. It's on all of us to ensure what we invest in and the cost of it is in line with community expectations. And that's been a clear theme for us on this side of the chamber over the last few weeks in the lead up to this budget this year. But it shouldn't be a hard task, and it shouldn't have been as hard as it has for us to try and drag council to this position. But unfortunately, under this LNP regime, this basic expectation is becoming harder and harder to come by. If you can get consulted, which is rare, on a project undertaken in your area using your money, you would at least expect that you could clearly see what that money is being spent on exactly. However, if this year's budget is anything like last year's and the year before that, we will not be able to see those numbers. Only the name of a project and its location. When we as a council collectively don't keep track of ratepayers' money, we can't spend it in line with their expectations, and the community will never see if that project actually comes to fruition at all. We don't need to read the shopping list of challenges that everyone in this place is dealing with. Old playgrounds, broken footpaths, playgrounds being removed entirely, cracked roads, ageing community spaces and so on. The Suburban Works program should help us deliver solutions by our community and for our community. We need to get real about how much these things cost so the city can make the call on what deserves the highest priority. To keep council accountable on project delays and budget blowouts, which is becoming all too familiar with this LNP regime. And for the community to make an informed judgment about their representative serving as their voice here in City Hall, rather than City Hall's voice out in their community. Case in point, I watched along the Lord Mayor's announcement about free fitness and cooking classes on the weekend. Perhaps a nice thing to have, but what was looming above them in Kangaroo Point as they made that announcement? The iconic Story Bridge, adorned with blue nets to catch the falling concrete due to decades of LNP neglect. And that says it all. This is the symbol of which shows this Lord Mayor's priorities are way out of order. And when we asked to see what they had spent and when on the Story Bridge, redacted.
Yeah.
Brisbane is under pressure. Kids are a secret city. Brisbane is under pressure. Kids are being hit at crossings and intersections in the suburbs, but this Lord Mayor's priority is pancakes and Pilates. We need to know what projects our council is spending on and by how much. Yep. Let's open the window and let the light shine in. Street by street, we can build a Brisbane to look forward to. This is an important thing, not just for us, because accountability is important for all governments, but it is for the people of Brisbane. Whether they come and see their local councillor, whether they ring up the call centre and ask about a local project, when they get a newsletter in the mail from the Lord Mayor back in 2023 announcing that he was funding the upgrade of the change rooms at the Brighton Roosters Football Club to make it a all-inclusive space because they had basically been banned from hosting female football there because this council-owned facility was so degraded back in 2023. And year after year, that money keeps getting rolled over and rolled over and rolled over without that project being delivered. And if you went and looked 3 years ago in the Suburban Works program, you might have seen a dollar figure. But over the last couple of years, you haven't, as a member of the community.
And why is that?
And why is that? What is their reason? I'll be interested to hear their reason here tonight. But what is their problem with transparency? We hear tonight from some LNP councillors that they actually put a budget submission in. Councillor Adams let slip that she has requested things of the Lord Mayor and he continues to say no. But why don't you publish them? And why don't we publish some
Councillor
figures?
Cassidy, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Chair. Look, the Leader of the Opposition has stood here and he's complained ad nauseum about the lack of transparency or what he thinks is a lack of transparency. But the reality is his record is that as the Labor opposition, as the official opposition here, they did not bother to turn up to budget information sessions last year. My colleagues and I in Civic Cabinet would have happily answered any questions that opposition councillors would have asked about the budget, up to and including figures for projects, things that we project. Now, we know those figures often change throughout the year. It's hard to necessarily predict what the spend is at the start of a financial year versus at the end of a financial year. That's the whole idea around budget and quarterly reporting on it. But what they chose to do instead of turn up to budget information sessions to ask questions was to engage in a bad faith, fake campaign and to cynically abuse the process for accessing information. The process that they undertook after refusing to show up to budget information sessions had a direct impact on officers' ability to deliver the Suburban Works program listed in the budget book. So when the opposition says that they would do things differently, what they really mean is that they would load up our officers with more administrative burden, answering their interminable questions, and stop them from actually delivering for Brisbane. And that's what we want them doing, Madam Chair. Now, remember, Labor like to compare our record to our record. They love to do that. But when they were last in office in this place, this was their budget that they delivered, the 2003-2004 council budget. Now, do you think there was a Suburban Works program in that listed out the projects bit by bit? This thing is as thin as a pamphlet, Madam Chair. It's got virtually no detail in it whatsoever. And not only did they not list the Suburban Works program, Yeah, well, and Councillor Collier, you've just made an interjection, which I don't think it's the successful point that you think it is. She says it's a relic. It's true, it is a relic, the last time Labor were in office in this place, and is it any wonder why, when the quality of the opposition is what it is? Opposition that doesn't even show up to ask budget information sessions. Imagine in Canberra an opposition that decided to take a day off from Senate estimates. Oh, you know, we're going to go on holiday. Actually, maybe Annika Wells would do that, Madam Chair. But I mean, imagine in state parliament if Stephen Miles and his team said, "Oh, you know what? We're going to head out there and we're going to pound the pavement." And imagine that it was all done. It was all done to have a fake campaign on a fake toll on the Story Bridge and to organise fake Labor Party volunteers that when the Leader of the Opposition was asked by the media, hey, is this campaign around the Story Bridge tolling, is this completely fake and confected and are these people just young Labor volunteers? He goes, so what? So what? So what if they are? I mean, yeah, it's that bad, Madam Chair. It is that bad. And I know now why they don't like the fact that we don't necessarily have the figures in the budget book, because when I go back and have a look at their figures, you know, Councillor Cassidy had a really good crack at us earlier about comparing our record on road resurfacing to our record, and I thought, you know what, this stinks. I reckon they didn't actually spend anywhere near close to us when it comes to road resurfacing. So I went back and I grabbed the 2003, 2004 Jim Sawley budget, their hero, the guy that they love. They always talk about him, you know. Yep, that's right, he'll have a mausoleum that people will visit in this city at one point, Madam Chair, if they ever take the reins of office. And I looked up what they spent on pavement design resurfacing in their last budget. It was $30 million. Now wait, yeah, no, I know, we're spending $110 million this year and they're spending just $30 million. But it's 2003, 2004 dollars. So what I did was I adjusted that for inflation. You know what the figure was? $54 million. So this year we will spend double what Labor spent in their last year in office in real terms. Double. And they have the height and temerity to come in here and say, oh, you know, you're only as good as Graham Quirk. Yeah, well, that was us too. That was us. That wasn't you. Compare our record to your record, Councillor Cassidy, and you might have a good faith, that's the opposite of bad faith, comparison. So, you know,
Councillor Murphy, your time has expired. Further speakers. Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. And isn't it interesting that the LNP have used their contribution in this place about this motion, about being transparent and making sure that there's accountability for the people of Brisbane. They have just spent the last 5 minutes talking about themselves, about Labor, about 22 years ago's budget, and nothing at all about the future of Brisbane and about the people that we are supposed to represent. On this side of the chamber, we're proud to stand on the side of residents and bring their voice into City Hall. That is what this Labor team is about. We bring the residents' voice here into City Hall and we put them first. We stand up for them. So for the LNP to get up in this place and rally the cries against transparency, about being honest with the people of Brisbane, shows how desperate and out of touch they really are. And I expect nothing more from them after 22 years, because this is where they have ended up. They only have political spin, marketing and secrecy to rely on after all this time. Imagine having power of the largest local government in the country for more than 22 years and all you've got to show for it is a cover-up. Yes. And it's cover-up after cover-up after cover-up. So
it's clinging to power. It's
very clear that this is an LNP regime who are desperate. They are desperate to cling on to power instead of being focused on what actually matters, which is delivering for the people of Brisbane. What argument could the LNP mount to not be honest with people, not be honest to the residents of Brisbane about how their money is being spent? Apparently, I've heard tonight that it's going to be an administrative burden. Too hard to be honest with people. Figures change. Yes, they change because every year the LNP say, oh, we're going to do this, and then they end up cutting it.
Yep.
Cutting it to fund things like what their priorities really are. Overseas travel for LNP politicians, more money in the marketing budget to promote how great people think they are, I don't know. And that's it.
Yeah.
That is it. So no wonder, Councillor Murphy said, oh, we do quarterly reviews. No, you don't. There's no actual figures.
Don't even do them quarterly.
Yeah, you don't even do them quarterly anymore. They can't even get that right because after 22 years, they've taken their foot off the gas. They've taken their foot off the gas because it has been that long. They are so out of touch, they don't even go out and talk to people anymore. Imagine coming into this place and admonishing local councillors for going and speaking to people, because that is what the LNP have done and what they are doing here tonight by not supporting this motion to ensure full transparency for the people of Brisbane. I don't think that it's so crazy for local councillors to be provided with a list of all the projects that are happening in their local wards, let alone across the city of Brisbane. And if LNP councillors don't want to do that, well, then that's on you. But on this side of the chamber, this Labor team, we want transparency.
Yep.
We demand it on behalf of the residents that we represent and every resident in Brisbane who deserves to know how Brisbane City Council and this LNP regime that's been in charge for more than 2 decades is spending their money. This budget could not be more important.
Yeah.
We are facing unprecedented times after a period of turmoil, honestly, global turmoil. And so what happens over the next 12 months and what the priorities of this council are will shape the future of our city. That's what this side of the chamber is focused on. So we're not going to make speeches about, like the LNP want to talk about budgets from 22 years ago and things that other people have done. We'll start by looking in the mirror, being accountable to the people of Brisbane and being honest. I urge all councillors to support this motion tonight.
Further speakers? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I also rise to speak on this motion. The Lord Mayor considers that the 2026-27 budget and suburban works program includes dollars figures for all projects and line items, ensuring all transparency for the residents of Brisbane. I commend the councillors, Labor councillors, bringing this forth. This council and how they're operating, it's a total abuse of power. Yeah. It's disgusting that you think it's okay to spend ratepayers' money and not tell them where you're putting the money. Yep. They deserve to know your priorities. But no, we have to dig around and search and compare apples to oranges. And as a new councillor, my first term, it's crazy. It's disgusting that you can look residents in the eye and go, oh, I'm doing a great job and I've got all the priorities, but hey, I can't tell you what we're doing because everything's opaque. Opaque. No transparency. And so I think that's shameful, that you think as representatives of your community, you think that's okay. It's disgusting and shameful. And all I can see is you're cutting funding and making our city completely unsustainable. You're making our streets dangerous. People are either getting injured or dying just walking the streets because you don't have the priority settings to make our city safe and sustainable. All you care about is your developer mates and making their pockets full, but not put the value and dollars into our community by maintaining beautiful parks, by funding pedestrian crossings, by funding active transport. These are all things that are great for a city, but you're not doing that. And if you are doing it, we can't see it because, well, we know our city is the 10th worst congestion in the world. So it's right there. The evidence is there when we move around this city. I mean, someone can go from Kelvin Grove to New Farm and they're only travelling, that would usually take probably an 8-minute drive, but it's like an hour's travel by bus. That's insane. You think you're doing a good job. Pat on the back for LNP councillors. Shameful. Absolutely shameful. I'll leave it there. But I have on the record that total abuse of power.
Further speakers, Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After listening to the contributions in this debate, I think it would be appropriate to move the following amendment. Remove the words Lord Mayor and insert Labor councillors. Amend the word considers to consider. After the word budget, remove the word and insert information sessions where the. Amend the word includes to including. After the word items, insert the words is provided indicatively. And after the word Brisbane, insert is provided indicatively. So that the motion will now read, Labor councillors consider attending the 2026-27 budget information sessions where the Suburban Works program, including dollar figures for all the projects and line items, is provided indicatively, ensuring full transparency for the residents of Brisbane.
Seconded.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
There we go.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Look who's back.
Madam Chair, amendments have to be amendments to the motion. They cannot change the nature of the motion. This changes the motion completely from including dollar figures in the budget to the ALP doing something in an information session. It is completely contrary to the meeting's local law, and I urge you to rule it out of order.
I do not uphold that point of order. I believe that the identity remains the same.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I move dissent in your ruling.
Seconded.
Dissent on my ruling has been moved by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. It's a procedural motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it. That is lost.
Division.
There's no seconder. Division.
Okay. So, point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, I would like you to provide some advice on whether this is a competent motion. The process of information sessions is set down in the meeting's local law and in the Local Government Act, and I'm not sure that some dodgy motion that the LNP staffers have cooked up will meet the requirements under the meeting's local law and Local Government Act for information sessions.
Section 41, an amendment to a motion, shall be in terms which retain the identity of the original motion.
That's not what I asked.
Thank you. I'm speaking, Councillor Johnston.
That's not what I asked you.
Well, I am ruling it in order.
That's completely, you've just completely ignored the point of order that I raised as to whether this is a legally competent motion,
yes,
given that information sessions are mandated under the meeting's local law and under the Local Government Act. And is this motion competent given the requirements we have for how information sessions are run? That was the point of order that I raised.
I've made my ruling.
No, Madam Chairman, you ruled on my previous one where we dissented in your previous ruling.
I believe that the amendment is competent, Councillor, and I've made that ruling.
All right, then, Madam, point of order, Madam Chair.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
One moment.
I move that you have engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct by allowing the LNP to completely change a motion contrary to the requirements of Section 40 of the Meetings Local Law. And, Madam Chair, you have failed to take proper advice on whether this is a competent motion. As such, you are engaging in unsuitable meeting conduct and should be removed from the chair.
Seconded.
A motion of unsuitable meeting conduct of the chair has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. I'll now vacate the chair and leave the chamber.
Councillor Johnston, 5 minutes.
Before I start, Mr Deputy Chair, I don't have a copy of the amendment. It's not been provided to me. So I think you should hold the time until all councillors have been provided with a copy of the amendment.
It's coming through the scanner, and you should get it shortly.
Well, Mr Deputy Chair, then I'm asking that my 5 minutes does not commence until I receive a copy of the amendment.
Sorry, we are not debating the motion. It is about Chair's conduct, so you should start.
Yes, and wouldn't it be helpful if, for example, we had a copy of the dodgy motion that the Chair had just moved?
Point of order.
Isn't this the exact thing that is...
Yeah, I agree. Councillor Johnston, you move a motion about Chair's misconduct. It's got nothing to do with the previous motion. So please go ahead.
Oh my God. Are you people... Councillor Sandy Landers has allowed a notified motion by the Labor Party to be completely changed contrary to Section 40 of the City of Brisbane Act. A copy of that amendment has not even been provided to me, and I am attending this meeting remotely because I'm pretty crook. And I've done my best to participate today, so thanks to the LNP, because I know what you've done. Finally, now, while I'm speaking, they send it through. So let's be clear. This notified motion has been properly moved by Councillor Collier. The chair, the LNP chair of council, is in abuse of her power by allowing it to be amended inappropriately by her LNP colleagues. Now, the meetings local law require that you cannot change the identity of a motion. The motion that Councillor Collier moved noted that the Lord Mayor considers the 26-27 budget and suburban works program include dollar figures for all projects and line items, ensuring full transparency for the residents of Brisbane. So let's make a little note of that. They're just asking for the numbers to go in the budget. But the LNP are so scared of that they have changed the motion to this. Labor councillors consider attending the 26-27 budget information sessions where the suburban works program includes dollar figures for all projects and line items and provides indicatively ensuring all full transparency for the residents of Brisbane. Firstly, this called on the Lord Mayor to take action, not Labor councillors. It is the Lord Mayor's budget and he is responsible for ensuring that there is information available to all councillors so they can make informed decisions. Secondly, this calls on information to be provided in the budget itself. That has been removed from this motion. And thirdly, I don't even know what this provided indicatively, because I don't know how that's going to happen, but I look forward to Councillor Murphy reading out for 45 minutes everything that's in the suburban works program. But this chair is incompetent. Something is wrong with what she's doing. She's been out of control for the last few weeks. I think I know why. But this is just an appalling abuse of power that fundamentally changes the requirement that the Lord Mayor engages in providing transparent numbers for the budget tomorrow. It was a simple thing. And this LNP administration are absolutely abusing their power by allowing this to be changed in the way that they are. Councillor Landers must go. She's forgotten that she has an ethical obligation to chair in accordance with the rules of this meeting, and her failure to do so today is an absolutely appalling reflection upon her, and it is wrong what she has done. So not only do I think that this is unsuitable meeting conduct, but Councillor Sandy Landers absolutely has got to go as the chair. To do this, to allow it to be changed in such a substantive way so it bears zero resemblance to the people and the substance of the original motion is just wrong. So I certainly call on all councillors to support the unsuitable meeting conduct motion against Councillor Landers for her abuse of power.
Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. Look, I just wanted to respond. And there was a lot in that was not material, but I want to address the material point. Whether the challenge that's been made on Councillor Landers is whether she was wrong or right to accept the amendment. Now, when David McLaughlin was Chair of Council, this discussion occurred and a referral was made to, my recollection is the OIA. The OIA then returned a decision to us that significantly broadened the scope of how policy motions can be dealt with in this place. The way Councillor Johnston has described it is the pre-OIA decision. There has been a change from the independent assessor, which has been in place since Councillor McLaughlin was chair of this place, which permits amendments to be dealt with in the manner that we have proposed, that Councillor Dixon proposed. So, no, I don't believe that Councillor Landers has engaged in any sort of inappropriate conduct. The proposal is well within the rules as determined by a third party that has been in place, and that set of rules, that interpretation has existed in place for some years now, and I think that I think deep in her heart, Councillor Johnston knows what I'm saying is correct, but that didn't suit the needs of this particular argument. Look, I think it's important to have policy debate. I'm looking forward to it. I'd like it to occur, and as a result of that, I'd like that this motion be put, please.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Wines, seconded by Councillor Dixon, that the procedural motion be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Chong-Wah. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please ring the bell. Councillor Johnston, which were you voting? Can't hear you. Sorry, did you turn your microphone on?
I'm in favour of the motion because I moved it and spoke to it.
Okay. In favour. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 5 against.
The motion is carried. Councillor Johnston, your right of reply.
Firstly, the OIA, look, I don't even know what Councillor Wines was talking about. Without question, this amendment was moved probably less than 10 minutes ago, so there's no way the OIA has looked at it. There's also not a lot of chance that they've had the opportunity to review something in the last 10 minutes. So when Councillor Wines says there's a decision...
Sorry, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Murphy, your
we have to listen to 5 minutes of a debate the wrong thing.
Sorry, I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Murphy. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. I know Councillor Murphy does not understand, but Councillor Wines stood up and said there's no problem with any of this because there's an OIA decision. Well, there's not. There is no OIA decision. So Councillor Wines has stood up and said something that is completely false, completely false. The meeting's local law does not allow substantive motions to be fundamentally changed. This is not even about the budget. Even if you look at this motion and look at the substance of it, it is about the budget. Information sessions are simply briefings where LNP councillors obfuscate for 2.5 hours to stop us from getting information. So this idea that somehow this motion is not changing the substance of what is here is just outrageous. And it just shows that Councillor Sandy Landers, who has been the chair now for 2.5 years, can do nothing but do the bidding of her LNP colleagues to give them a rails run and abuse her power. That is what she is doing. This motion called on the Lord Mayor to engage in a transparent and open process in the budget, and the LNP are blocking that. And Councillor Landers is abusing her power. She is not acting ethically or fairly or reasonably as she is required to do under the meeting's local law. She is not observing or enforcing the rules of procedure which are established. The rules of procedure that are established in the City of Brisbane Act. So any way you look at it, whether you're looking at the regulations or the City of Brisbane Act, Councillor Landers has abused her powers. She's exceeded them. She has engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct, and she is not a fit and proper person to be the chairperson of council if she will simply do the LNP's bidding as she has done all day today. It is wrong. It is appalling that she is allowing this to happen, and I believe everyone should be voting to uphold this motion.
All those in favour of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please ring the bell. Councillor Johnston, are you voting aye or no?
Yes, I'm a yes.
Aye.
No. There we go.
Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour and 15 against.
The motion is lost. Can someone please advise the chair to come back to the chamber? Madam Chair, the Chamber has decided that you have now engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct. Please resume the chair.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Adaman, to remove the words Lord Mayor and insert Labor councillors. To 2, amend the word considers to consider. 3, after the word budget, remove the word and insert information sessions where the. 4, amend the word includes to including. 5, after the word items, insert the words is provided indicatively. Sorry. So that the motion will now read, Labor councillors consider attending the 2026-27 budget information sessions where the Suburban Works program, including dollar figures for all projects and line items, is provided indicatively, ensuring full transparency for the residents of Brisbane. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start by putting on the record that this administration does believe in transparency. Every year we put before this council a budget that sets out how ratepayer money is spent, suburb by suburb.
No, it doesn't.
Service by service.
No, it does not.
The Suburban Works program identifies projects across every ward. Residents can see
One moment,
what is...
please, Councillor Dixon.
Sorry.
I'm sorry that you have to raise your voice to be heard when you are speaking because other councillors are being rude. So, Councillor Collier, please stop calling out. Take the conversation outside then. It's very loud. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Suburban Works program identifies projects across every ward. Residents can see what is planned for their streets, their parks, their local infrastructure. That information is available, that transparency exists. But this motion goes further. It asks that every project and every line item carry a dollar figure. When council goes to tender on a project, a road upgrade, a park facility, a drainage upgrade, the moment we publish a fixed dollar figure, we hand the market a number. Every contractor who puts in a bid knows exactly what council is prepared to pay. That isn't transparency. That is handing money away. It drives up costs, it distorts the market, and ultimately it costs the ratepayers more. Any procurement professional in this building will tell you the same thing. Now, I do want to make a point about who is standing up here today calling for greater transparency because I think residents deserve to hear it. Last year, when this administration offered opposition councillors the opportunity to attend budget information sessions, formal sessions where officers were available to walk through the detail of the budget line by line, Labor boycotted them. Every single one. I also find it a little rich that Labor's federal colleagues have just handed down a budget that breaks promises made at the last election. The Prime Minister went to the polls pledging not to touch negative gearing or capital gains tax. No, I think about 50 times he said, no, I won't do it. Then he did both.
Please, Councillor, don't. Thank you. Councillor Strunk, Councillor Collier and Councillor Cassidy. Do not call out. You are heard in silence and we expect every other councillor to be. Councillor Dixon.
These are changes that will affect property investors, renters and homeowners across Brisbane, announced with no full independent modelling of the economic consequences, no clear picture of what happens to housing supply, no honest accounting of the impacts on rents. Labor federally makes sweeping changes without proper modelling. Labor locally boycotts the sessions where budget detail is actually provided. And yet here they are, in this chamber, moving a motion about transparency. This administration will continue to publish the level of detail that is appropriate for each stage of each project. We will continue to report to residents on what's been delivered and what has been spent. We will continue to be accountable. What we will not do is adopt a practice that undermines our bargaining position with contractors or locks in figures before scope is confirmed, simply because it makes for a cleaner press release. If the opposition is genuinely interested in transparency, a good place to start would be to be showing up, and I look forward to seeing them on Friday.
Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
It's interesting that Councillor Dixon couldn't even say that with a straight face. burst out laughing when she first uttered the words that the LNP is transparent and accountable. She literally burst out laughing as she said it. This is really quite incredible. So the argument we've got from the LNP is that the OIA, according to them, has permitted the bastardisation of motions, and therefore it's good for them to do. Mm-hmm. Just because you can bastardise a motion doesn't mean you should. Yeah, but when it comes to a authoritarian style regime, like this LNP regime has become after 22 years in power, anything goes for them. Anything goes for them. I'll just pick up on a couple of points that Councillor Dixon said in debate, that apparently over the last 20 years the LNP have got it wrong in giving the market an indication of what council is willing to spend its budget on. And apparently they have finally admitted they'd for 20 years been getting this wrong or something like that. Well, here's a tip. If you had a workforce in council like we used to have 20, 30 years ago to deliver basic projects that are listed in the Suburban Works program, whether it's resurfacing streets, whether it's doing drainage projects or park upgrades or upgrades to council-owned facilities, you wouldn't need to give an indication to the market or not. We would have a workforce that could do that work. That's right. Which is an important point. The LNP have conceded because they contract out every possible thing they can to the private market, every single thing. They must now keep hidden from the people of Brisbane and those thousands of contractors they engage to do the most basic work, how much they're willing to spend on something. It's really quite incredible, that. How do you get to this point? I guess it's after 22 years in power, where you think you've got the numbers, so you don't need accountability. Where's the Lord Mayor?
Checked out again.
He's gone. $5,000 head fundraiser.
Yep. I'll bet.
I'll pick up on another thing that Councillor Dixon said about the changes to negative gearing and CGT. I was listening to the Senate inquiry, a clip from that earlier today, where the head of National Shelter did in fact concede that the changes to negative gearing and CGT would have an impact on renters. It would help them buy a house. It will help them buy a home. You don't want that? You don't want that? They're only for the top end of town.
Yeah, that's right.
So the LNP says they do quarterly reports and we can find this information there. Wrong. They don't do that. They don't provide figures in progress reports or budget updates throughout the year. So we don't know what's being put in and put out apart from a headline figure. And we know from the most recent one, the only one that's come to this place this year, is that there was $150 million in capital expenses that were going to be pushed into the following financial year. So we did ask a question in a formal sense on the council agenda today, something that's actually recorded in the minutes of the meeting, unlike the information sessions which are not recorded. And what did the LNP say? No, they won't answer it. When you do an RTI and ask for the most basic figures, like how much was spent on routine maintenance activities on the Story Bridge since 2019, or what was spent in capital works, including the Story Bridge restoration project since 2019, or on the anti-climb fencing on restoration, maintenance platforms, footpath resurfacing works, strengthening measures, concrete repairs, southern approach, resurfacing and other concrete repairs, redacted. Not answered. Not answered. Not answered. Now, the LNP talk about people showing up for work in this place. We did the numbers on the Lord Mayor. And did you know he's spent more time overseas over the last couple of years than he has sitting in this chamber?
No. Are you joking?
If you figure out his hourly rate, he's really racking it up overseas. He only attends 50% of council meetings these days. Yeah, what are the multiple drivers the Lord Mayor has getting him around to fundraisers? And Councillor Murphy said it's a direct impact on officers to be able to deliver projects instead of actually answering questions. Well, we know the LNP also bastardised that process and used council bureaucrats to write them their questions and answers for information sessions as well.
Are there further speakers? Councillor Aderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak in support of the amended motion. In doing so, I want to remind the Chamber of the hypocrisy of those opposite in bringing forward the original motion requesting more information in relation to the budget. The information is there, always is, always has been, if you are serious about looking for it.
One moment, please, Councillor Aderman, your microphone. Councillor Aderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As Councillor Murphy and Councillor Dixon pointed out, if Labor was genuine about wanting more information about the budget, they would have at least bothered to turn up to the information sessions last year. So why didn't they? As the Lord Mayor reminded us earlier today, it was to stage a fake campaign in conjunction with the young Labor comrades about the Story Bridge. And how did that stunt turn out? Who can forget the priceless piece of television when a reporter asked one of the, quote, protesters if he was a member of Young Labor, and he proudly confirmed he was. Set up by Councillor Cassidy and caught red-handed on national television. Talk about boy crying wolf, that little wonder that the media takes anything that Councillor Cassidy says seriously these days. But Chair, back to last year's budget information sessions. I attended 4 information sessions and found them most helpful and informative in preparing speeches for the budget debate that followed. Now there's a suggestion for a new councillor like Councillor Kim, that I'm happy to share with her, because I know Councillor Owen wouldn't have missed a minute of it. I had no problems obtaining the figures I needed for my speeches. I just asked. I didn't sit back and wait for others to deliver them on a platter for me. Chair, I've been around this game for a while and I've never, ever seen such a complete disregard by those opposite for the budget process. I can only imagine what Keating and Swan would have thought seeing Labor members being party to such a reckless economic strategy. To ignore these sessions where councillors have the opportunity to ask chairs everything they want about their respective programs is unheard of. Their residents have every right to question why their councillors were not doing their job and advocating on their behalf as part of the budget process. A newspaper headline at the time screamed, "You've got one job." Look at that, Councillor Murphy, one job. The story was about the inept Miles state opposition, but it could well have applied to Labor in this chamber. So why didn't those opposite do their job? Through you, Chair, I wonder if they intend pulling a similar stunt this week when the budget is brought down. My advice is do your job, stop being lazy and turn up to the budget information sessions this year. Who knows what you'll find to help make a meaningful contribution to the budget debate. I urge your support for this amended motion.
Further speakers. Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. This is a joke. Unbelievable. To be clear, to put on the record, I attended the information budget session last year, and I tell you what, it was like pulling teeth to get any information. Yeah, filibustering, taking time, and you ask a simple question on how many footpaths you're going to budget for the financial year, and we wouldn't get anything out of you. Now, maybe you've got a secret budget book that reveals all the numbers in it, and you're not sharing it with us. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. But I didn't receive a budget book. The only thing I have is top-line figures and nothing else. Nothing. Opaque. So to say through the chair to Councillor Adderman that it's easy to get details, what a load of, Coswallock, it's false information that you're saying. It's false, what you're saying. It's really challenging to get anything. And again, I said, our residents, our ratepayers, deserve full transparency in a budget book. We should actually have a budget book full of numbers in it. So then we can come to the information sessions and ask different questions on numbers that are in the budget book. But that's not the case. It's not the case at all. So for me, I hope that the information budget session comes around this week is a lot simpler for me as a new councillor first term, because I am... Again, it's a total abuse of power that you think it's okay to operate the way you're doing. Our residents deserve full transparency, figures in a budget book, and budget sessions should be easy and simple to get extra information. I'll leave it there.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the amendment, and I'm a little bit confused, Madam Chairman, and feel free to clarify it for me, because Councillor Dixon's masterstroke discussion indicated that the reason that the numbers were not in the budget book, which they haven't been for the last few years, a decision made by the LNP to make it harder for people to know what's funded in the budget, the reason that they can't be in the budget is because they're confidential and the scope of projects hasn't been worked out and we don't know what the costs are. But, Madam Chairman, this is the part where I'm really confused, and perhaps you can clarify it for me. The motion that Councillor Dixon has put forward has said that in the information sessions on Friday and Monday, that the Suburban Works program will include the dollar figures for all projects and line items. So I'm just unclear, Madam Chairman. The amendment motion that Councillor Dixon has moved is noting that all the numbers will be provided in the Suburban Works program. Now, that is an important program.
Johnston, I have to pull you up there, because under the provisions of section 41(13) of the Meetings Local Law and the expiration of the period allowed for debate of all notified motions, I shall now put the current motion to the meeting without further amendment or debate. I will now put the amended motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no.
No.
The ayes have it. I'll now put the motion. Those in favour say aye.
Hang on.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor
The first
Cassidy.
thing you just put for the vote is, your words were, the amended motion.
Yeah,
you didn't say the
yeah.
amendment. So what are we voting on? You need to be very clear about this, because there's an amendment and then...
It is the amendment motion.
But you said the amended motion.
Yeah, we're not voting on the amended motion.
The first thing we voted on, you said, was the amended motion, not the amendment.
For God's sake.
We've just voted on the amendment motion.
No, sorry, point of order. We didn't just vote on that, because you said what we were voting on was the amended motion, then you moved on to say the motion. We need to have that vote again.
Let me repeat it for you, if that makes you happy. I will now put the amendment motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillor Johnston, how are you voting? Yes or no? Thank you.
I appreciate it might be very hard for you to tell, Madam Chairman, but that would be a hard no.
Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 6 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Now, to the substantive motion. I will now put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. That is carried.
Let's have a division on that, Madam Chair. I think we should have a division on that.
Division called by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Wines. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillor Johnston, are you a aye, a yes, an abstain?
I'm definitely voting no on this motion.
Hang on. Councillors, I can't, thank you, I cannot hear. Is that a no, councillor?
Geez, am I too quiet or am I too loud? I can't work it out
Everybody
today.
here is too loud, councillor, so I'm just checking. I want to get it right for you. Abstain?
No, I'm a no.
You're a no. That's all you had to say.
This is an incompetent amendment. It's not the...
Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour, 1 against and 5 abstentions.
Councillors, you can resume your seats. The remaining notified motion will be moved to the agenda of the next ordinary council meeting subject to section 41(15). And that now ends today's meeting.